morning, good evening, good afternoon to the rest of the world, and welcome to Bantu TV. It's the 2nd of March 2025. Like we do every Sunday morning, we share our viewpoints on the many happenings from the Maryland, and look at it. It's almost already a full house, and speaking right this minute, Kalinda Shachinda, broadcasting out of the Hoosier state of Indianapolis, or is it Indiana? And yeah, I'm joined by this handsome gentleman. Let's start with my co-host. Can you do your vavuzelas, and then we're gonna go to the man that's joined us from Chipata, Mr. Evans Munyumwe, and our beloved resident PS thereafter, and of course, Mr. Himwami Macha out of the motherland too. Right now, let's go.
Fantastic. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. My name's Achanda Chulufia. Of course, I'm broadcasting live from Ontario, Canada, and would like to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to our beautiful podcast. This, podcast, what we do here, for people who may not know, is just discuss trending topics, other side of the dashboard where we live, and see how we can dissect and find maybe a common ground where we can agree on some of the solutions that we may be able to provide. And of course, we Bantu TV, Abantu, meaning we're coming together as a unit. It doesn't matter which part of the country you're from, east, west, north, south. We're all one unit, and we come here and share ideas. So, of course, we in association with the Red Tag, we're here, and our viewers are watching and are following. And if you want to participate, follow the link. You can participate as well, or simply just make your comments, and your comments will be highlighted, or your questions will be highlighted, and we're able to tackle those questions, and we'll go from there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and pass it on to Evans from Zambia. We welcome you. I think it's your first time joining us. So we welcome you. If you can just introduce yourself, and we go from there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Munyumba Evans is my name. Coming from Chipata. A person who is very interested in konkefya politics of Fidenda. Nebo kafundisha. In short, if you're Ningaranda Pofe, thank you.
Great. Let's move on. Our beloved resident PS, what's your vavuzelas for the morning before we kickstart the show today?
Well, my name is Kazia, and I'm here in New Brunswick in Canada, and I'm the dissenting view of the group. I am the one that holds this group accountable for some of the things, and some of the things I would agree with my colleagues, but when most of the things we don't agree. So I'm the opposing view of the voice of the group. So know that way, so that we can rub facts together and get friction, and then get solutions, get an understanding, get the people to assess how we question each other and how we debate. But otherwise, this is a group that is open-minded, never closed-minded. It's a group that I think I feel respected in. It's a group that I'm much interested in having my voice in, and that's why I participate, and also to help my mother country, Zambia, to learn about a few things that I did when I was in government, and also make also an explanation to some of the things that were done by the previous government when I was PS. But to the larger extent, also to talk about just the general role of the public service. As you may know, I've worked in the public service for over 28 years, 29 years. So I have that wealth of knowledge in public service, and I hope to add my voice, and also probably to also share what is happening here in Canada. Thank you very much.
Oh, great. Mr. Mwami Maja.
Omwami Maja, joining you live from Nampundwe and Chibuyunji District, Central Province, Zambia. I'm a teacher by profession. I've done 33 years of service. The job itself hasn't got that money that people talk about, but to see your pupils contribute to national development. Some are managers, some are teachers, some are nurses. Yeah, of course, some are cowboys. Let me not forget that. Some are some are some are junkies. You can't have everything. I've come to realize it in life, and that's life. It goes on. Yeah, that's what I can say about myself.
Oh, great. And the man I'm about to meet next week, Dr. Danny. Bring in your vuvuzelas, sir, before we start the show here.
Okay. Yes. My name is Danny Liswaniso, but I shortened my name to Liso so that people don't get confused too much. They especially the people here in diaspora. My name was too long and they couldn't pronounce my last name, so I've shortened it to Liso. So I don't know. But there's also a Lozi Liso, but my full name is Liswaniso, but I shortened it to Liso so that. Anyway, I've been. I'm a vet. I'm an animal doctor by profession. I graduated from University of Zambia many years ago, and apparently I didn't stay that long after graduation. I took off immediately, really immediately after graduating. I left the country. That was 1993. So that was a long time ago, and I've been abroad since. I've lived in UK, Canada, and now I'm doing some consultants work here in Puerto Rico. But I'm basically based in Canada. That's where I've been teaching for the past 20 years. All right, that's me. But right now I'm in the sunny city of San Juan, Puerto Rico. until September or so. Then I go back to Canada. All right.
Right in the middle of the code. Just throwing it out there. And of course, our mines consultant, Mr. Pasmo Hamugoma, is back this week also. A little introduction, sir.
What kind of right? I'm Pasmo Hamugoma. I went to St. Mark's, Mapanza, and completed my Form 5 Cambridge overseas exams in 1973.
Whoa.
And went to work on the mines as a staff learner in 1974 January. And went to University of Zambia, came back to the mines. I was in the human resource area. I got my University of Zambia, yes, mathematics major, 78, and Trinity College Dublin, a master's, and continued to work for the mining industry. And I got the Hubert Humphrey Fellowship. I was in Minnesota for 12 months. Still continued to work for the mining industry. I did quite a number of things, and I left the mines in 2010 as the Chief Services Officer for Mopani. I did some work for KCM, did some work for ZCCM. I am all my life worked within the mining industry.
Great.
Is that good enough?
That's more
Well,
than good enough.
The years you're mentioning, that was even before I was.
Yes, before some of us were born, but we appreciate
I
it.
was like, oh my God. You're talking about the 70s, 73. Oh man. We're not even. I don't. God, I don't
We're
plan
not
that
even
we
in the
can.
pipeline.
We're
I
not
was in grade,
existing.
I
The
was in grade
advantage is
5.
that
I
at
was
was
the,
in
2
grade
years.
where
5.
I am, I can smell a fish miles away and say the
I
fish
was
is
2 years
smelling.
old.
Oh,
Too many,
great.
too many
I was
young
in grade 5 that time.
Jesus.
Okay.
Mm,
Yeah. Me, I was
mm,
given an egg. Anyway,
mm.
let's move on. Let's move on. Let's start the topic with, for me, I think the biggest story really coming out of Zambia this week is that of Sino Meadows polluting the Kafue River. The scientists haven't even told us what kind of negative connotation this, brings to the rest of the country. I mean, not just the people in the Copper Belt. What about the aqua life? What effects, gentlemen, how do we address this? Who wants to go first? Because to me,
I mean,
if I was in charge of the country, that company would have been shut down by now and all their assets frozen, and probably set up a fund going towards the cleaning up process that's needed, and paying off people that have been affected by either drinking or eating fish from that river. And let's not just maybe leave it to the copper belt, because that water flows to the rest of the country, through the Zambezi River. How about that? Because this is a
Yeah,
national disaster. I mean, in my view. Who wants to go first?
I will.
could I go first? And then, because that's the only topic that really I want to attend to. After that, I'll be gone.
All
Yeah,
right, go
let him
ahead.
go first. Yeah.
Go ahead, and then we'll go to
Hmm.
Mr. Mwami.
The biggest issue that we have is the regulatory institutions. Those are the ones that have failed us. Because in terms of pollution, there is a fine, there's imprisonment, or both. And, for the best of me, this is not the first time that there has been pollution in the Kafue water. And how many heads have we had that gone to prison for pollution?
Right.
I think if we go back and says, this is it, who has paid fines for pollution? I think books will be full. So really, this is a disaster that we have aided and abetted by not implementing and ensuring that actually people do things right.
Mm-hmm.
Pollution, instances of it will occur every day. But because the enforcement of it is just a slap on the hand. Gentlemen and ladies were sitting duck. So really, it's not the Chinese, but it's the whole bunch at ECZ. Those are the ones that need to go and be locked up for aiding and abetting pollution on the mines. That's my take.
Right. I mean, for people that doesn't know ECZ, I know probably they're thinking of, the consultant here is talking about the
Environmental Council of Zambia,
it's the
not the
environmental.
elections.
Okay.
It's
So
the
I have to make it clear, because people who are watching, when you just say that, be like, what's the connection? Like, what's the connection?
That's what I
Elections.
wanted to clear. It's the Environmental Council of Zambia.
Yeah. And then what about, is it ZAMSA as well? It's in their mandate to put all those policies. ZAMSA. What's the role of ZAMSA in this? ZEMA, sorry.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Zema is the one became the Environmental Council of Zambia.
Yeah.
Oh, so it
The
was.
Zambia
It's now
Environmental
environmental. It's not
Authority.
ZEMA anymore.
It's it's the Zambia Environmental Management Authority. Right?
Okay.
So it's the same, and they're the same bunch.
Okay.
Those are the ones that are aiding and abetting pollution in the country.
So what is it? Is it corruption involved here, or what are we looking at?
I would like to say so.
No.
I mean,
Let's not. It's not corruption, just stupidity.
Okay.
Let's call it what it is. Right.
So meaning that we got all these organizations, but they're not, utilizing or implementing their rules and their laws that they have custodian over. They're not implementing them.
They are not implementing to the full extent, right? And what the industry has gotten away with, it's not just the Chinese, it's not just the water, it's the air and everything else, is because we go only on the fines. Right? And the fines are just pocket change. They don't feel it. Right? The fines don't deter people from actually, stopping the pollution. So the Zambians that are there, who has been taken in prison for pollution, who is serving a sentence? Do we know any?
probably none.
But how much pollution has occurred? How much affluence has come from the operations?
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, these we say the investors and want to kill the Chinese. No, ourselves as regulators. Right? I mean, it goes even like on mine safety. I mean, how serious is mine safety?
Right. Especially if every 2 months, we're getting now reports, monthly people dying from,
what has happened is that the mine safety department that was there in the 50s, in the 60s, and 70s has not changed to take in terms of the expansion of the mining industry, right? You are now stretching from the northwest and coming down to Central Province. And how many environmental officers have we got to police, and even when they have got them, to make sure that they feel the full extent of the laws of Zambia? So, yeah, let's go for them. If there's anybody who needs to be able to pay, is the whole council that have aided and abetted what has happened with the Chinese.
Right.
I can now
Great.
join in. I
Great,
can now come
loud
in.
and crystal clear there. How about we bring in Mr. Mwami?
All right. Okay, I wanted to come in to just add to what Nana said. Pass me.
No, let Mwami come in, and then we'll get you. We will get to you after this. Go ahead, Mr. Mwami. Mr. Mwami. Oh, he's
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I see. I'm here now.
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
It's very easy to misbehave in Zambia. The laws are on holiday, and it's like there are two laws, one law for the rich and one law for the poor. You have maybe this guy who has stolen a sausage from a company, taken to court, jailed heavily. You steal a Colgate from ShopRite. One is punished 5 years. But look at this culprit who pollutes water. It's not just water. He kills marine life. Fingerlings, we are talking about baby fish. Fish for the next generation is gone. And we are talking about this person maybe just being fined, just paying some money. What will the money help the future generations? Money itself will lose value, and the guy will go scot-free, and you feel nothing about it. In the meantime, the harm that he has caused is irreparable. Talking about the establishment of those same mining companies, there is what is called the environmental impact assessment. Those were some of the things that were noted. In their activities, they were going to be washing whatever they were washing there. And the impact in the environment was going to be controlled. But look, they've not controlled it. They've not gone as per agreement. They've ended up polluting a river. And, you know, this is a rainy season. Water flows. Some of that water even goes to gardens. People are watering vegetables, and those vegetables are going to use the same polluted water. And consequently, people who eat polluted vegetables, and in 10 years' time, you'll be hearing of people saying, "Ah, no, my chest. Oh, no, my abdomen. No, there'll be so many ailments created." It's not just vegetables, even animals. Animals like cattle, they are milked. That milk will contain those effluents. And when that milk is consumed, you can imagine what happens. Some of us like mavisi maningi. Now, when you eat mavisi, is it my fault surely that I should stop eating mavisi because someone polluted the river? You can imagine how unfair it is. It's a source of nutrition for many people. But that Chinese man has polluted, and you can't do that in China. It's not possible. But here in Zambia, very possible. The local people also that were part and parcel of the environmental impact assessment, they were consulted. And why are they not able to raise and ask for the closure of that same mine? Because they have violated the terms and conditions of their operations. The pollution is going to affect generations. It's not just now, but generations to come. This will be felt. I yield.
All right. Before our beloved resident, PS, comes in, how about we bring in the lady of substance who has been missing for quite some time, but she's back today. Lady Sarah, your vuvuzelas, please. We just started.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, lady. Hello, lady substance.
Hello.
I miss you guys.
I can't lady substance.
I could even hear your voices in my sleep, like, hello, in the voice of Sister Karinda, and the PS, the favorite PS, and you, the British man, and the deep thing. Everybody here, good morning. Good morning. It's cold here. It's a little bit cold in the Washington State, in Seattle, and we are doing well. But what I can say about that pollution or everything that has happened with the Chinese and our government, for me, my take on this one Number one, there is too much corruption in our country. You find that these people, the people that take care of the environmental issues, they're so corrupt. I don't want to mention names. I'm talking from something that I know, that somebody's even working with the Chinese, but works for is it Zema? Yeah, she controls, in that control nature, but you find that the Chinese are giving cuts, big cuts, because they want to corrupt this person so that they can do anything to the land of Zambia. And like the last contributor said, that in China, you cannot even spit on their road. Just being you from Zambia, and I'm not being racist, being African, Black, just saying you are something. You cannot do certain things. But in Zambia, because of too much, I know the other contributor said that it's a stupidity. Yes, it can be stupidity, but there's a lot of corruption. And most of the time you find that when they want to control something, these Chinese will just dish out money. So it's high time that as Africans and as Zambians, we stopped, starting from ourselves, we stopped being corrupt. I don't know if it's too much of poverty that we agree to these things, and not seeing the danger that is going to happen to our people and also to our species, like the fish, So that's what I can say. As long as corruption is on the plate and people have got knives and forks to eat that corruption, nothing will happen that will be very good for our country and our continent. Thank you.
Great. Our resident PS.
Wow. Firstly, this is a government problem. Government should not run away from this problem. Government needs to fix this problem. And you see, nothing can work if government doesn't take action, and the right action. So what Wapasmo was bringing to speed is very correct. You see, if the government systems are the ones that fail, the foreigners or the foreign companies that come have a field day. The moment government systems are failed, the investors or the business community takes advantage. If they can cut corners and get more money, they will just do exactly that. The issue of staffing in the two, I can always just maybe start with the Ministry of Mines. If you go to mine safety department in the Copper Belt, it is still the building that has been there from 1960s. Yet we are seeing minerals expanding across the country, but the infrastructure that we have, the structure that we have is still in. Remember, colleagues, I had even talked about it when I raised these matters with the Ministry of Labor itself. I said, look at the whole thing, the whole action that is being taken. You decentralize CDF, so everyone is working. Who is checking compliance and monitoring? They are not there. But Pasmo, the challenge that we are having in Zambia is that the key ministries which we are supposed to capacitate, we have not recruited. You have recruited 80,000 teachers, or maybe I'm a teacher by profession myself as well, and I know the significance of teachers. But you go and skill in one direction. You employ 80,000 teachers, you employ 11,000 nurses and doctors, whatever you employ that in the health sector. But yet, you don't employ in the mines. You don't go to say deliberately, we are going to make a new structure here for the mines safety department. We are going to employ 500, even 1,000 out of the 80,000 that have been recruited. Imagine if we only took, because the salary structure is the same. Any graduate entering government, whether you're entering at the Ministry of Mines, we're entering at whatever, the salary scale is the same. Why don't we cut some of these people into these productive sectors and say, can we enhance how these things are done? They are not there by person. So at times we can condemn them, yes, they can be corrupt, but the problem is that they are overwhelmed with a number of things that they have to attend to. I have been there, I had meetings at the Mine Sector Department because we did some joint inspections around that. It has not been capacitated. Zema itself, like Sarah is saying, yes, it's a hive of corruption. Why? Because they are also understaffed. Look at where how many offices do they have countrywide to just check on these environmental matters? No. So this will continue. I don't see this happening to stop without creating the right structures that can address. We have the personnel, but we are employing wrong places. Every time we are employing in two sectors only, health and education. When are you going to employ in these seriously growth areas and productive areas to make sure that compliance is achieved? So for me, I see a problem with the way government has handled this, and this is on government. If government does not address this, it will not, serve the Zambian people properly. And the foreign companies know that, and they will exploit us. Submit.
For the first time, I'm agreeing with our resident PS, but let's move on to how about we bring in Dr. Liswaniso. Your comment on the disaster of the Copperbelt.
All right. My take on this one is on a bigger, broader aspect of it. I'm looking at it from the historical perspective and also from the practical point of view, in the sense that the major problem that has actually been a problem is we have, as Zambians, we have accepted that the mining sector should pollute the environment in terms of air, water, soil. We have accepted it, that wherever there's a mine somewhere, the environment around there should be polluted. Basically, every mine in Zambia, for example, I'll tell you, I've got my cousin has a PhD in toxicology from Kabwe, documented 1975. He got the PhD documenting the lead poisoning in children in Kabwe, and Kabwe is number one, probably Pasco can number one most lead polluted city in the world. Kabwe. Okay. Yes, you can Google it. Number one in the whole world. Most polluted lead polluted city in the world is Kabwe, Zambia. And that's where you find all sorts of neurological conditions in children that are born in Kabwe. It's because we have let it like that. 1974, my cousin got a PhD based on Kabwe, and nothing has been done. The water
everything has been done. We stopped mining lead,
but the water is still very contaminated.
Yeah. So to say that nothing has been done is not true, right? Lead stopped in Zambia.
Okay. Was that the reason why we stopped it? That the contamination was too much, or was we just ran out of production?
No, it was. It wasn't. Well, with all the studies that were coming up,
yeah,
right. You couldn't. There's no way that you could mine lead and sell it.
Okay, so it was an economic thing. Okay, that's fine.
It was environmental pressure, and basically not economical to mine.
It was not economically viable as a mineral to explore. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but the after effects, obviously, like what Dad is saying, the after effects of that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, I mean, there are studies in terms of what actually how ZCCM, you know, they set up some environmental project. I think I'm not so sure who is still there, but there was a concerted effort that was done in the 90s.
Okay.
So there is work that as a country we've done to address in terms of lead poisoning.
Okay. All right. Let me move on. So that's Kawe incidents, but let's move on to other mines. There's documentation that most of the mines in Zambia do not really follow stringent environmental waste control, whatever they call it. And I have a friend of mine who works in Canada for Vale, whatever they call it. Vale is a lead mine, what they call him. He says these mining companies, these big mining companies, they love to mine in Africa because they save a lot of money for not implementing environmental contamination something. If you go to a mine in Canada, for example, Sudbury, you go where they mine, you would never even see that you would never even realize that you're in a mining company other than seeing those things on the surface. But you never see the forest or whatever, rivers being contaminated or whatever. But in our country, the moment you enter a mining town, you start smelling sulfur dioxide. Okay, you know that now you have entered Mufurila or something like that. So it's very serious. We need to really punish, as you have said, we need to punish these companies to follow we are so soft on them. They can't do these things from the countries where they come from. They can't. You know, environmental pollution in some of these countries we are living in, even noise. You can walk in an industrial area, you will never hear any loud stuff. Just walk around the industrial area, noise is contained. That's also pollution. But walk along Lumumba Road, there you hear noise all over the place in the industrial area. So we are taking it as a normal. Pollution is normal. As long as there's an industry, we take it that, okay, there's going to be pollution, water. Even Premier Malls, remember when Premier Malls used to exist? I don't know whether it's still there. That Chinika area was contaminated. So we don't need to accept this as a normal thing. We've let this thing for many years as a country. We need to step up and start doing something right. Thank you.
Oh, great.
Wakalinda.
Ah.
And just an addition, what Vadan has said is very right. But when we go to the solution mode, we have not invested in the regulatory authorities. We have not invested in there. Like I was giving you examples. Like if you go to the structures in the provinces, even on the copper belt itself, Kitwe, Chingola, because we should have had structures of inspectors, regulators, properly equipped in these areas so that people can go and monitor and give us the reports and stuff like that. But they are not there. You see, the problem is that the people are not there. We have recruited in areas, not at the wrong areas. We have overemphasized on certain areas, leaving out a balanced view of how we can recruit people. Like, for instance, I'm saying, if we went and only got to say, in these 40,000 that we have been recruited, imagine that the Ministry of Mines and the Mineral Development had 1,000 from just that 80,000. We are not saying that it's 79,000 is other education, but 1,000 goes to the mine sector. You would see a lot of compliance and a lot of these people getting there on site and a lot of preventive kind of action being taken. But the problem is that when you go to
we get your point, Mashina. We get your point. I think
I think it's important that I finish. Then you will say you get my point.
No, finish. I think we get your point. You've echoed it several times, and we know that obviously you're concerned about in terms of recruitment of people in the right department that should be dealing with these issues hasn't been there, for lack of a better term. And so finish, and then we will
Yeah,
go.
let him finish. Let him finish.
I
Can
need
I
to.
also come in after the PS, please?
But
You
come
see?
in because
No, because
regulation
I haven't even put my points across. So I think
yeah.
if we would let each other
How about this?
contribute.
How about this? Let Rakazia finish.
Yeah,
Put your point, and then we'll go to Mr. Pasmo. In
But
that
why
order.
is that they are given 2 chances? Others have not even been given a chance.
Yeah,
I haven't even
we
spoken.
get it. But let him finish for right now, and then we'll go with Banchufia and then Pasmo in that order.
I was actually adding to that. I'm finished. Tell me what you feel about this.
All right, Mr. Chilufia, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this issue of pollution is it's a really a huge or a big deal for us Zambians. I think we need to look at it seriously. But it may not look like the current government is not doing what it needs to be done. But the issue of pollution, I think, has been there or existing for a very long time. It just didn't start on this issue. I think this should be like a wake-up call. Okay? I would agree with you, Bakazia, for the first time. Yes, we need to put or employ more people in that sector to be able to monitor these issues. But at the same time, these companies, they have a mandate or a responsibility to follow the rules and regulations, because when they come in as a mining entity, they're given certain rules. Can you just pollute anyway? No. It's not part of the package. You have to do safe mining. Okay, something that's environmentally friendly. Okay, so as in 2 hours, I was just reading a post by Poka Muswe. That mine, for your information, has been closed. Until further notice.
You mean
Until
Sinomero?
further notice. Yeah.
Should
So
we take a minute to do so?
until further notice. So it's a good move. It's closed, but what they've done is they're now going in the ground to look at how far this devastating pollution has gone. Okay, this is really sad for Zambia, because we rely on our Kafua River. We rely on fishing. And that's how, those are the things that we rely on, like the water, the rivers, the food is our fish. And then if it's polluted, like everybody's been saying, the long-term side effects are going to be very, very, very bad and huge. Okay? And this is the time, I think, everybody should come in to say, look, not blaming it and make it a political thing. This is not political. We're dealing with the lives of the Zambian people. So we need to come up as individuals, as politicians, in the opposition, and let them, come up and say, look, we want to help the current government, to fight this problem and see the best way we can move. If there are laws that need to be changed or updated, we need to do those things, because we cannot be trending or relying on a certain laws and regulations that were done 60 years ago. Okay? The world has changed and it has evolved. We need to also move with the current situation and the way the world is moving. So my only take on this one is, yes, let's give penalties, aside from them just compensating the people affected, which is huge. Like, look, you're looking at huge farms that are going to lose millions and millions and millions. So I don't know how they're going to get themselves out of this situation. That company, I feel sorry for them. But at the end of the day, is you need to make sure that you comply with environmental safe mining regulations. Because why in the first place did that happen? Meaning they didn't have enough people employed themselves as a company, as a mining company, an entity. You need to be checking how you deposit in your waste, or where the things are. Because if you don't know, they say they've got people that they go there, they will check. The people who are coming there to vandalize their property. But look, don't you have security? Okay, for crying out loud, you're running a mining operation, and you knew that if something like this had to happen, it had a huge effect. Okay, not on you as a business, but for everybody, for the Zambian community, because like I said, look, if you just see the videos of how fish is dying, you can see that really this is really, really bad. Now you can imagine how far it's going to go. They're saying that they've contained the situation, but I don't know how effective that, because water keeps on running, it keeps on going. It doesn't stop. So how can you contain it? Like, you cannot contain. You can contain it on the port of entry, where in the other side, where the river is going, things are bad. It's carrying on that acid. Okay, and it's going to it's a huge impact on the environmental. To be honest, they need to wake up. ZEMA, ECZ, wherever they're called, they need to, there's need to revise the regulations and how to punish companies like that and what to do. If it needs to be shut down completely, tough decisions have to make. If people are going to lose their jobs, but we need to send a warning to say this cannot happen in the country of Zambia, because we are relying on the people. And if you're you don't even negotiate there. You just make decisions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Passimo, you had a rebuttal or an addition. Comment, please.
I think countrymen and countrywomen, let's just be, let's put this thing in the context, right? That prior to the 80s, mining happened haphazardly. Right? But post 80s, and let's try and be current. Post 2000, you could not start a mine without meeting the environmental standards. You had to do an environmental impact assessment, which would safeguard, because the operations, you have hiccups here and there. That, the laws and regulations that they have, if you're putting up a smelter plant today, is no different from what is required to put up a smelter in the Western world. What is different is that if you pollute in Zambia, you get away with it. So it's nothing to do that the regulations are not there. The regulations are there, that when these people come to invest, they sign the same kind of forms they do. But the difference is that we sit and we sleep. So, colleagues, like I'm saying, and Bakajira is right, we don't need 1 million people in ZEMA, right? Just a couple of hundred will be able to get the job done. And yes, I agree with him that yes, you need to look into other sectors as well. For me, I'm saying what we don't have is there anybody who has got a plan in terms of how many skills are required in ZEMA to be able to carry the mandate.
I can speak to that, Babas. After you're done, I can speak to the issues of human resource. I'll speak to that.
Right. So really, the Chinese are not the culprits. The culprits are ourselves, right? Because if you go and look and say, them establishing the plant, the processing plant, there are certain things that they said they would be able to do. And they report monthly in terms of the discharges into the river. They have analysts take those kind of measurements, because at the end of the day, when there's a pollution, a big one like this one, everybody wakes up. It doesn't have to take a minister to close the mine. It doesn't. The mine safety officer can close a mine if there's an accident. It doesn't take a minister, right? So where on earth were the people at the environmental, the ZEMA, right? What have they done?
Yep.
I smell corruption.
So it's not corruption.
I can guarantee, Mr. Passmore, there were some monies exchanged somewhere. I can guarantee it.
No, there's no corruption. I'll support your Passmore on this one after he's done.
No, you see, the problem is that when you clothe it into corruption, right, you don't see for what it is. Huh? These are thieves. Huh? And endangering lives.
Now, Passmore, isn't it possible for people to be paid under the table to look the other way when they know there are certain regulations that are not being followed? Isn't that possible?
But the paper trail is there, right? Okay.
No, people they'll just give you cash. They'll just give you cash. ZEMA, maybe one official goes there and they see there's something wrong, but they can't say it, but they tell me, look, Wana, here we're running at a loss or whatever, we're trying to save some money, so we're gonna do this, and then they ikatako two pin, and then you keep quiet instead of you reporting accordingly to how you're supposed to report as a professional, you keep quiet.
Yeah, but you see, when you have to give them the permit to operate, they have to get the permits every year.
Mm-hmm.
And your compliance is, what's your discharge rate? I mean, that's a simple question that they answer. And I mean, I know that, for instance, if you don't have an environmental impact assessment, it's 200,000 kwacha, or 5 years imprisonment, or both. So, then for other offenses, there are those kind of terms. Right? But each operator has to have a license to operate every year. Right? And they check, right? Because they know that effluence comes from the operations into these streams. So they have those logs, logbooks, they have them. So what I'm saying is, it's not really UPND, it's not political, right? It's just we have failed as a nation to police these investors. We have everything properly written. You can go in terms of regulations. They're there. Huh? How much they are allowable to get into the streams is there. And how much they have done is there, because the records are kept. So all I'm saying, those of us that are enlightened, let's zero down what actually the problem is. The problem is that, you can go, go now and go into the Zema offices and says, give records on Mopani, Mufrira, give records on KCM Chirabombwe. They would have those up to mine site, that kind of detail. So,
All right.
if I can,
So in conclusion, Mr. Passmore, then we give you 1 minute, Vakazia. We move on from this topic. We have other topics to
in
talk
conclusion,
about.
is that, let's stop playing games with people's lives. Because we have set the standards, but we are not implementing those standards. We are not checking that those standards are being followed. And then when you have a big disaster like this one, then everybody cries and you get a minister to close the mine when the Zema guy is supposed to close that mine. Hello? Really?
Okay, so you're saying the Zema officials don't have the power. They have the power to close the mine.
They do.
But maybe they're being belittled. Maybe when they go there, they're told that I deal with ministers. I don't deal with you.
I think
just a minute. An officer cannot be belittled. If a traffic officer stands up in the road and stops you, you stop, don't you? A traffic officer, you stop, as long as they're in uniform, right? A Zema officer comes and says, you have polluted, and they say it's closed. It's closed because you can't operate without a license.
So why did that happen? Why?
Why did it take either people to get sick, fish to die in the river, for us to sound an alarm? That's a big question. Why did they do it? That's a big question.
The reason is very simple, right? Okay. That, I've heard a few of the speakers, right? And though even those of us that are enlightened, right? How many of us have read the Zema Act? Those of us that are on this forum.
Me.
I was just reading it today.
I just read it today.
How long have these operations been on?
Maybe just to even come in. This is why, if you see that it is a question of enforcement, it is not a question of laws, it's a question of enforcement. I personally, I closed the companies before. I've invested decisions based on the powers that are vested in me by the law. For instance, I give an example. When Mopani announced that they were going to send 5,000 people home without having to follow the laid down procedures, right with the Ministry of Labor, notifying us about the redundancy, the reason why they're going to get redundancy, what the plans were, they came overnight. I went back there and said, if you do it, you CEO and you will be arrested today and now. If you do, you go back. They had to reverse that decision they wanted to do.
We are deviating from the subject.
No, I'm giving an example of powers that a person has who's supposed to actually go and close that without the means of mines. So it's a question of enforcement. It's not a question of rules are not there. They are there. The question that we are grappling with is enforcement. And that's why Passmore is saying that people must be held accountable for not enforcing what they're supposed to enforce. Because if there is political interference somewhere, it will be shown in the process of enforcement. Because now someone is going to stop that environmental officer who the law empowers to close, when it's closed, to reverse it. Who is that person? So it's a question of enforcement.
But Chand, at first you are saying Zema has no manpower. Now you are saying it's enforcement.
What I'm saying is, enforcement.
You said they have no manpower. You
Yes,
said.
you can only enforce with manpower.
That's true. That's
Yes.
true.
I said,
He
That's
said
what you
there was
said.
there are no people to do inspection. You said
Yes.
no, let me correct you. I said they don't have enough. The ones that are there are not enough to police the entire country in terms of environmental issues that we're talking about. They are not enough. They are there. In most of these critical areas where the economy is growing, we don't have enough manpower. The lean structures of yesteryears is still there. The lean structures. That is why when you are employing strategically, you have to employ in those areas. And Wapasu asked the question which I wanted to answer. He said, is there anyone with the structures of this? Yes. If you go in these structures, you will see, if you heard the park, I think last year's park, they were raising this issue to say, yes, we have a staff establishment, which we are not filling in because, one, the financing is not there. Why is the financing not there? Because if we know this is an area which requires attention, we must give them enough resources. So it's not that there are no environmental officers. They are there, but they are not adequate to go in all these areas to check what needs to be done. So the aspect of enforcement must be done. And then the capacity must also be done. Then you can enforce. Otherwise, if we don't die with that, we will still see another one breaking down. Because they will say, no, I was in Luapula doing my environmental assessment when that happened. I should have gone there, but I can't break myself to be in Mansa and also be in Copperbelt. Let's work on staffing issues.
Okay, that's good. So that's one of the solutions. So that's good. You brought up because that's what that was going to be my next question. Is what are the solutions? What are we going to do from now going forward? You know, Wapasu, if you can tell us what advanced information you can give us that it's going to curb, you know, certain things like this not to happen again. You know, what's the way forward? You know, what solutions do we have?
The solution that we have is that, you know, the investors or whatever you want to label, you want to give them, right? They should know that if you break the Zambian law, then the law will take you. Okay? Then they will do their own self-policing. Right? And I mean, you know, like you say, from wherever they're coming from, certain things don't happen, right? But when you come into Zambia, then these kind of things happen. So always, for me, what I'm saying is Zema, in terms of environmental issues, they should take the lead such that the people in that space are aware that if you go against the law, you don't have a license and you can't operate. And if you can't operate, definitely you're not in business. Bye-bye, polio.
Can I say something about the what? The solution?
Yeah, go ahead, Lady Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, for me, the solution is that I just want to concur with the last speaker. Actually, when these investors come, they don't break the law. The law is broken by us Zambians, the government itself. That's the one that shows like, okay, even you can eat the dog. Okay. So the law is already broken, like I said in the first place. It's up to us to change the way we do things. I'm telling you, if you check many people that work for Zema, either in area controlling of the environment, whatever, most of them, they look rich. Most of them. You can go around, but if you ask them the pay slip, the paycheck, it doesn't tally with what they have. Where do they get the money to live the lifestyle that they live? So our people, especially the investors that come in our country, they want to hold the laws because they know where they're coming from. The laws are tough. So they want to maintain that. But if they see the loopholes, They play with that. They go with the game. So even the licenses, do you know that licenses are made for them before they even ask for them? So it's us, the government, the government of Zambia is to take upon itself and make stiff, laws that can make these people who are working in those offices, in those, institutions, be people who can work with, knowing that their children will be affected, their grandchildren and their grandchildren, because the problem we have as Africans, as Zambians, we don't look at the future. We are in the now. We don't invest for the future, our future generations. That's why you find that poverty is continuously in families, continuously in the country, just like that. Only a few are doing well. So the whole thing here, the solution is the government to step up and do the right thing.
The lady of substance has spoken. And with that,
Moderator, just a second, just to keep context in terms of what the lady has said. I think it's Lady Sarah or something.
Yes, Lady Sarah.
Right. That in 2019, 2018, we had a fatality at Lubambe mine. And as a management, we made the decision that we're closing the mine and just leave the strategic operations in while we looked at the systems. That sent shockwaves. We did not wait for the mine safety to come. The moment it was informed, somebody had died, the CEO moved in and says, mine closed, right? Until we understand what actually went wrong. By putting people off the mine, I mean, we had not, in my years on the mines, we've waited for mine safety to close a section of the mine. But in this regard, we closed the whole Lubambe mine, right? To understand what had gone wrong. And that, in terms of the way people conducted themselves afterwards, was different. So it can be done for them to self-regulate.
Great. On that note, let's move on to the presidential speech in Parliament this past Friday. Just to get your take on it. I mean, the president spoke a lot on what the UPND government has achieved, what they hope to achieve, and what the future looks like for the country. According to the UPND. Gentlemen, your take on that speech. Let's start with Bachilofia, and then we'll go to Mwami, who has been quiet, listening in, and we'll go to the doc in Puerto Rico. I know he's enjoying his stay in Puerto Rico. And then we'll go with Mr. Passmore and the resident PS before we get to Lady Sarah, of course. In that order, Bachilofia. Fire away.
Yeah, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The presidential address, which I feel was, it came at the right time, actually, because looking at what Zambia has, been experiencing for the last, we got floods, we got all this stuff, we got, what we've just been talking about. It was just right that the president would come up and give an assurance to the Zambian people that there is somebody in charge and we have a president. Okay, so and the president is really concerned with all these things. Okay, And the good part is, I'm proud of our president because he's able to go on the podium and discuss. It is not scared and is not worried. It's not like other leaders that we can hear them for the last. They were in power for like over 10 years, but you only heard him like maybe 2 times. You see? So somebody who's not talking, you need to talk to your people. Give assurances. Give people confidence so that they're able to wake up in the morning to say, yes, we have a country and we have a leader. So, on that score, I can simply say, the president's, address in parliament, it touched on a lot of things. It touched on, of course, we're talking about the values, and he was talking about how the impact of how CDF has immensely, like it has advanced in all constituencies, and politicians or leaders, whether in the opposition or in the party, they should be able to take advantage of that and be able to report and tell the people of Zambia how, for example, just one thing, CDF is affecting or working for them in the constituencies. But we all know what's been happening. There are certain individuals that do not want to report or tell the people of Zambia how CDF is working because they want to sabotage the current government's efforts in bringing economic development to the people of Zambia. Okay, so he touched on all these things, touched on everything, and I was proud, for him, to highlight all these issues. And like, the list can be long. I don't want to, spend that time, but just on that, I'm saying, like, look, we should be able, as leaders in the community, to present ourselves as proper leaders. Why would you deny the people of your constituency, for example, Bakazia, if you were Kukosa in Fyakuja? All right, why would you not tell the people of Zambia how all these CDF, cash for work, and all these many other, economic and in terms of for the people that need them are working in your constituency? Why would you want to tell the people of Zambia? Why would you want to keep it to yourself? Okay, so I hear it.
Oh, great, Mr. Mwani. What's your takeaway from the presidential address or speech this past Friday? I guess his network is not working. Shall we go to who did I say next was? The doc? The doc?
I'm here.
Yeah, what was your takeaway from the presidential speech or address?
Oh, there were quite a number of things that I got from there.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, shoot.
The first one was he mentioned the fact that there have been some cases that the government have been forced corruption cases that have been settled out of court. And he emphasized the fact that though those cases are settled out of court, there's need for transparency. I think the Zambian people should be told exactly what happened, other than just leaving it that, oh, this case has been settled out of court, and then we leave it that way. I think that was very important for him to emphasize that we should be more transparent. Even if we settle things out of court, we should at least tell citizens exactly what happened in those course. And the other thing that I got was he urged his ministers and everybody that is involved in politics to declare their assets before the next elections.
Good, love that.
Yeah, I love that. He said we should all declare our assets before the 2026 elections. That stood out for me. He had positive look at the economy. Generally, he gave us hope as citizens that the good things will soon be coming our way. And I think he's going to hold another press conference next week, something like that. He promised the journalists to announce some positive things in the economy, but his foresight is that of improving the inflation rate, reducing the inflation rate from where it is now. I think now we're about 14-15%.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to bring it down to about 6 to 8% in his speech. That's what he said, which is, it's like literally cutting it in half, which is, I don't know whether that's possible, but that's a good target for him. He said by next year, when he gives the next speech, inflation should be around 6 to 8%.
That's not good for us. Go ahead, though.
Yeah. He also mentioned something. He acknowledged this accident that happened, the pollution. He acknowledged it, and he actually talked to, said Zema should not. He actually, if there was Zema board of directors or whatever, the managers or the
the manager there, isn't he, Mr. Who? Donald Mwinga. He was
Mwinga.
He was appointed last year, I think.
Yeah, he was told that this should never ever have happened, and for him to mention this accident in the parliament in such a big stage, I think that shows that the president cares about some of these things, operations of some of these institutions. So that was very, I like that. And finally, I didn't understand fully. Maybe Bakazia can come in here as a who has been in government for a long time. When he talked about splitting some of he urged the parliament that they should look into constitutional reforms that will ensure that some of these constituencies are split. The opposition, I don't know, from nowhere, they started, I don't know, they didn't like it. And I was saying, what's the problem? I didn't understand it. Because I remember we had this discussion with Kazia, said, yeah, some of these constituencies are so big that it's unfair to give them the same share of the cake when one constituency is very tiny with very few people and the other one is so big, and then you give them the same amount of money. So I think it's a good thing to look into that. But the way the noise I heard from Parliament was like opposition didn't like it, and I'm wondering why. So maybe Kazia, when it's his time, can tell us why the opposition didn't like that idea. But I know that this idea of Sata did it. I think I still remember Sata making some. I think Muchinga. You remember Muchinga? It was somehow what Sata was very good at splitting some of these things and creating new stuff. So I didn't get it why opposition members of parliament really didn't like it when they heard that, oh, we have to split these constituencies, the bigger ones into reasonably same size type of constituencies. But so those are the things that stood out for me, and I liked his. He gives hope to the people of Zambia. His speech was very positive, and it was all good energy. It gives hope. As a Zambian, I feel there's a lot good things coming our way. That's all I got from that speech. Yeah.
Great. Lady Sarah?
Hello.
Hello.
For me, I just want to applaud our president. I really feel proud to be Zambian that we can have a man of caliber like him. But again, a speech is not everything. We are just praying that from what he was saying, it will be doable and action will take place. Because people can put speeches, good speeches, but when you start looking at what is happening, tailored with the speech, you find that nothing is really following up with the given speech. So we thank God that we have such kind of a person as a president right now, and what he said was very great, and we are just hoping that action will take place. Thank you.
Oh, sweet. You see how That's why she's the lady of substance on this show. Shall we
She's
now move
on the point. On the point.
Yeah,
Should
go
be-
ahead. Oh, okay. Are you okay? That was it. Okay. Shall we go to now the man who's been waiting all week long to give us our take on the presidential speech in Parliament? The resident, PS. Come in, please, with your viewpoint.
Firstly, one thing that I've noted about the current president is that he's very good at what he would present to the Zambian people. He's very good at giving us a very optimistic future. He will explain to a very greater detail of the plans. If you go to his inauguration speech, you pick it and put it here. All these speeches that come in there have no substance. You get every substance that you're going to see in the inauguration speech. It was nice. It was perfect. It spoke to a lot of things that we saw. He's been speaking very good. It is a question of action. He creates a very optimistic tone, highlighting positive outcomes, limiting challenges, corruption, whatever, but it is the action. The speech will speak to this. When it comes to implementation, it goes the other way. And when we start holding you accountable what you said, in terms of what he has said, publicly, Parliament, in what, then the defense runs in now. Then we become bitter, we become very bad people at that point in time. We don't mean well for the government. We don't, we are very, we have no solutions and stuff like that. The speech is good. It is the problem with implementation. You colleagues in the UPND, that is the problem that you have. It is what to put where your money where your mouth is the biggest problem. So it's a very good speech. Can it be implemented? I don't think so. I don't think so. Because there is now another implementation framework that I'll be waiting to see come at play. In terms of what the president was saying, he's spoken almost most of the things that I have said them in the past. He would give you a lot of very good suggestions of what the UPND government will do. When it comes to action, you guys go in the wrong way. That is what I saw from the speech. The speech itself is good. It's a question of implementation that I have a problem with you guys.
All right, Mr. Maja, you still there? Okay, let's move on, shall we? And the next topic that we have is the what is this? The floods in Lusaka, which is affecting thousands of our fellow Zambians. I mean, I don't know, didn't we see this coming? Where our engineers? What's going on with the floods in Lusaka? Gentlemen and the lady of substance, your take on those floods that have so far left, I think as last time I checked, 2 people dead, and people losing homes with property worth thousands of kwacha. Your take on that. And so just before anybody comes in, let me just put a footnote here. And this is a statement from the Engineers Association of Zambia, who are saying they have no part in those floods because according to them, it's not an engineering problem. It's a question of houses and structures that have been built in areas where they're not supposed to, and then all that trash in the city. So having put that footnote in, who wants to go first?
Well, I can go first if you want. Now,
Go ahead, Rachel.
so when it comes to issue of floods, I think this is a problem that has been existing for a very long time. This is not something that we're just dealing with it today, but it's something that has been there for a long time. Since the 70s, for everybody that, who are older than us, they can testify to say floods have been there since the 70s. Now, the problem is this. We have a lot of unplanned settlements, like you said, and we need now for the council, Lusaka City Council or any other council, Ministry of Lands, when a neighborhood is mushrooming, when you go there, don't just give titles and lands and everybody, you just that, and then you forget. People are going to build anyhow. That's why we have all these compounds, Kanyama, Garden, Chihuahua. It's because when they give titles to these people, individuals, them they don't do anything else. Okay, it should be mandatory now. I think one thing that the president should do now is say, look, for any other piece of land or any other housing community that's being built, that's going to be built from now going forward, there should be a plan, okay, for how water and everything in a drainage system is going to work in that area. Okay? Like here in Canada, they have what they call catchment settlements. So like Canada has the ice. Okay, so what they do is they just don't let that ice go to waste. Okay, they're basements, okay, which is underground. You're never gonna see. I mean, no. And what they've done is now they're utilizing those basements for irrigation as well. So this issue, Yama floods, we can use it to advantage. What if I'm a catchment basins where they're being collected in one area, and then distributed in various farms. But if into fee, it needs planning. And that's why everybody is saying, like, look, where are the engineers in Zambia?
But the engineers have already responded that it's not their issue. The issue is those unplanned structures.
No. So if they're saying that it's not their issue, then we as Zambia were going back 100 years. We're going to be lost. Because if you look at all these advanced economies, advanced worlds, if you look at Italy, the Renaissance era, when they called up, is the king called up to say, look, I'm looking for people, artists, painters, engineers, everybody that can come up and build a marvel city. Everybody came up, they walked to their plate. They didn't say that, no, that's not our issue, right? So we don't have that sort of entitlement, or we don't have that, I have lost for a word. We don't have that ownership to say, challenges with. If there's an issue like this happening, it can be easily solved. Why is it? Are we? So if all the engineers are saying it's not our issue, then we go and find solutions in China. Okay, and then the Chinese people, they come now and start telling us, no, well, instead of the people, the local engineers and all these people, they come together and say, oh, no. Can we put a foot down and find a proper solution that is Zambian made, Zambian built, which for us as Zambians, we can be proud of in the next 100 years. When people in the next 100 years, they'll be able to say, oh, this is what they did. Okay, so those are the things that I don't think there's no ownership. You know, look at how the Chinese work. Look at the Asians how they work. Look at how my Indians how they work. Us were the people that are telling ourselves if we're going to have that kind of attitude towards all finding solutions for problems like I'm a drainage is like, look, yes, we can agree the past governments they didn't really look into it, but it doesn't mean that this government should abandon it as well for the next government to come in and find the same problem. So year after year you'll be having all these problems. Like, look, when is it going to end? When?
I think about it, to be fair, you are misunderstanding the Engineering Institute of Zambia.
You said that they don't want to be involved.
What they are telling you that these unplanned structures are sitting on blocking drainage system in the city, so they're not supposed to be there. What they're telling you is the council need to move in and destroy those structures that are sitting into the drainage, system, local way. That's what they're saying.
Okay, so if that is done, then what next? Then what next? Then what next?
The council, the local community council needs to come in and just, destroy those properties and buildings that are sitting along the drainage system. That's what they're telling you. And that's what they've been saying for years. And their advice has been ignored year in, year out. And yet you're calling them every year to say how this is an engineering problem, when they have told you for years it's not an engineering problem. It's about the illegal structures that you have allowed to sit on those drainage systems. That's what they're telling you.
So it's a council problem.
It's a council problem. So the men have people that need to move in, like yesterday.
Yeah.
Anyway, shall we go on to how about Valle di Serra? What's your take on the floods in Lusaka? Of course, we saw the president going to areas like Mandevu, Chaisa, trying to ascertain and see how best to help the situation there. Your comment.
Okay. First of all, I want to take a moment to remember the kids that have died in those floods. There are 2 children that I noticed. I read about 15.
They died yesterday.
Yeah. So I just want to.
Kalingalinga.
I just want to say my condolences to the family.
That was sad.
Yeah, that was sad. We are not just losing property, but we are losing lives.
So that makes it 3. We've lost 3 so far.
Yeah, can you imagine such a thing whereby this is it's unthinkable, it's something that already people die in Africa. I always want to talk about Africa because it's all over, and Zambia in particular. People are still are dying due to lack of lack of equipment if they have an operation, due to lack of medication, proper medication. There is not enough, and now children should die because of these if you are floods. Number one, lesa amipela kwenshita ya drought. Maybe you can think praying, you are praying, but you're not looking at what will happen if the rains came. Okay, God gave us all this time that we've been crying for the rains. Those council people, they would have done something, but now we are even losing lives. The president, he did a very good job. He looked like, okay, he is kind that he went to those areas. At least we have somebody that can stand up and not just talking from the office, but can go and visit the places and assure people that we are going to do something about this. And also the residents ourselves, we don't take care of places. I've found that I was in Lusaka. I've been to Lusaka before, even in other areas, but Lusaka, there are those drainages along is it East Park? Nice drainage. You find people are throwing things in there.
Exactly. That's a big issue.
What are you doing?
I
don't know. I don't understand.
If sorry, Valid Sarah.
Yes.
That's why I was the point I was saying, like, look, they can to change how we build Damana and Kanama drainage systems. If you are going to Panga, if follow and all that stuff, people will be throwing that stuff. But if you have underground, nobody's going to throw anyway.
Zambians,
okay? So what we need to do is invest in underground drainage system.
So, what you are saying is true, and that can also go back to the engineers. You see,
exactly.
Linda. So the engineers, they have to come through, because we've seen those drainages, well-built drainages, and people are still throwing things in there. It can't work.
Tafia kabo iria shiri tukalalanda pope chinabushiku obwaira n'obwacha, because what we need in the underground yaraye nefere mwapanga digging afe wino chirimfe mu underground abantu amenshi ngare infura yaloka irengira mu underground.
I know it's my flow. What you're saying is true, and it's very true, and it can be done. An example also here, Machanda Pari Ice, Kunoku, Washington State, throughout the year almost. But when I'm coming to my apartment, you find that the water is just flowing.
Yes.
So if Zambia can do that, I don't think whatever they are saying, I don't think that can be a problem, because the council knows. Are you telling me that the council, when giving land, whatever plots, they don't know that whatever?
With all the corruption in Zambia, Sarah, that's another issue. Let's not even go there. Because the way it is in Lusaka, or it used to be before now, is that Kandas are going to go all around Lusaka and they find an empty, lot. They claim that piece of land. They don't know what that, that land was left there for. They'll sell it to whoever wants it, and the council will issue title.
Yeah, but Kalinda Mamputura Febwango was coming to the council.
Go ahead.
Like the council, for sure, they know what's happening and whatever used to happen. And we are not going to continue crying about what happened with the PF and everything. We have to change. This 2021, we came into power in 2021, and would have done something. And again, the other thing is the council. I don't know. Kalena monapo ine vakanso akalinda baya mukupyanga mumufolo mulemwile. Where is the money?
You know
what I mean? Especially when they see that the rains will be coming, they would go and start removing the stuff, and then but these days I don't know what they are doing. Council.
Council needs to be, in fact, the council, it needs to be revised. Please, council is doing nothing. You need, first of all, a proper council police and a proper council system. Okay? So two things. Zambia police. Go there. Train as a Zambia police service. But they are not employed. Employ them as a council police.
Yeah.
Okay? We need to have a tampo konka ifu. Mukairo want to posa fe pama mairandi ifiko filafine. And it's a capital city. Are you sure?
Yeah.
You cannot be
So
proud.
bring in Bakazia. Resident PS.
They umfama lamentations hapa.
Ah,
You see? Mwalisa atantula abantu. You see, that's where the other problem was. Is that, you see, the change of government, people were too rushed to remove everyone from Lusaka because of politics and time were targeted with other people. And there are a lot of things that went wrong. You see, one of the problems that you see, if you go to the council right now, you see, so very drainage up. Where is the map of what is drainage? The guy who knows is in Cherenge has been transferred to Cherenge. The other guy who is now in Monze, or the other guy who was in Amala, without a proper handover system, you know, the things that people have been working around. Number one, if we have a number. And some of these things that you're talking about, you introduce programs that me have never supported. The cash for work thing, I don't support it. Because the council can employ people who work in those matters on contract terms, fixed term contract terms, 3 months or 6 months, or seasonal. When the rain season comes, they come back, you employ them, buy some contracts, continue. They are paying into the social system, they are paying into the tax system, and they have guaranteed kind of decent jobs that they're having. Rather than cash for work, that is so bad. And at times they even throw the garbage in the drainage. The same people that you have, because they have not been properly trained. When you employ people to run into these matters, here in Canada, I've seen that. Each trade, whatever job that you're going to pick, they will train you in. They will run you through how the job works. And the things that are pitfalls. Don't do this. If you do this, this is what happens. Any job. Now, there is an orientation. You can't orient in cash for week. When you have 100 people show up, it doesn't work like that. So government needs to work on these systems and create the systems.
You make me laugh. Yeah. Oh, for sure, we need orientation. Yeah. Because even a man says, I got a degree in nursing, but I am to orient. That's what
you see, in right now, you see, I can give you a typical example myself. You know, I have a master's degree in human resources, director and everything else. I go there. I will be running a career services a job for the career services preparation for all the students. I had to go through the same things that I actually know on the issues of to do the resume, the issues to do with the job interview, the issues to do with the LinkedIn. What they have to bring you back into that right space and run you through that. But these things are simple, but they just want to make sure that now we should go for there. If you go Zambia, that is lucky. And that is why you find that Kada stands up to a person who is working in the council, because the person working in the council has not been oriented. He doesn't even know the powers that he has over the Kada. You know, so that, because the Kada will mention the mayor or the minister, so this Kada must be connected. So the officer of the council does what? Because minister. But if it's properly oriented about procedures in the council, you will say, okay, I don't care whether you know the minister, but this is the procedure. And the moment he mentions the minister, the person must know who to mention as well and who to work with. Well, so these critical things are lacking in the councils and also in our management of waste disposal. It is really lacking. The schools is a disaster. Do we sit down to even talk about these things that, okay, don't throw litter in this. Here is the place where you can throw litter. And the effect of throwing litter is this. Do we punish it? Do we put that in the minds of people? It goes to the other side. And you find the person educated. How can you throw banana out of the, your window of that instead of putting it in a baggage and such like. So it's a lot of things that needs to be changed. Yeah. So I wish we can have some programs that actually address that. Otherwise, the government is in trouble. That they need to re-energize themselves and look at that. So all these points to you guys that are in the UPND to make sure that you plan adequately and deal with these matters.
All right, Doc. In sunny Puerto Rico, your comment on the floods in Lusaka.
Is even there.
Many facets.
Go ahead.
The first
The floor.
Chandagazia, can you mute yourself, please, first? So, first of all, there are many facets to this problem. The first one is, of course, political, which is actually the recent problem for the problems in Lusaka and major cities. The politics have gone, the politicians have invaded the allocation of plots. So in Zambia, Lusaka, for example, my family has 3 plots. One was given by a politician, one was given by the city, one was given to us by CADA. So 3 people located plots. In same city, you can get a plot through political means, you can get a plot through the council, you can get, so it's a mess. And because of that,
that's a new phenomenon.
Yes. What do you mean new? The person who was on television yesterday, who built over the, he had papers from the city in 2018, he got that plot from the city. And he had another plot given by the councillor for Matero. Same guy said, I've got 2 plots. One was given to me by a councillor, one was given to me by the city of Lusaka. He was on television right there. So there are many people that are giving plots in Lusaka, and because they are not following the rules of, for example, Kaunda built these, during our times when we were growing up, for example, I know Kabata very well. In 1975, I was there. National Housing Authority, before they built these houses in Kabata, Kabata there, they had first to service the area. By servicing the area, it means they put the drainage system, they put electric poles, they put the telephone lines first and everything. That's after they'd done that, they started building. National Housing Authority. That's what they used to do. And they left that area between Kamwala Secondary School and Mrs. because it was a dump. According to a topographical map of Lusaka, that area between Kamwala Secondary School and Mrs. Compound, nothing should be built there. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And what we have now, they have allowed, that is a dump area. That's where water drains out of Lusaka going all the way to Chilenje and all that. That's a route. And the area between Kalingalinga and Yunza and the Mass Media Complex, there, motel, whatever, National Assembly motel, they should be anything should not be built between there. And I was disappointed that University of Zambia knew very well, the highest learning institution that knows pretty well about the topographical map of the area. They saw the land, they say, oh yeah, come and build a more here, come and do this stuff. That area should never have any building. That's an area for flow of water out of Roma going all the way down through Kalingalinga, Tendere going down this way. That's a flow area for water. And I saw that mall that was built there, it was flooded. That mall in between Yunza and whatever, it was flooded. Yes.
Is that East Park Mall?
Yes, it was flooded up to the first floor. So it's because that area you're not supposed to have built anything. That's why Kaunda left it open for many, many, many years, more than 30 years. There's nothing built between there. And water, when we were at Yunza, we used to walk there across, in Matika, whatever, because nothing should have been built there. But if you have to build in these areas where the topography is not suitable for buildings, we are supposed to manipulate the topography, like the way they do it, people with money. They put more soil and elevate the topography. But for us, we're not doing it. We're just building. A council has given me, built this. They were fighting in the presence of the president. No, I've got these papers. They have papers. These guys are building in wrong places. Anyway, so that's a problem. So we have politics, coming in, and also it's just a mess. Now, talking about drainage system,
Mm-hmm.
the drainage system, we are still using the open, what is called open drainage system, which many countries stopped doing that 20, 30 years ago. 20, 30 years ago, you never find open drainage system. Even here in Puerto Rico, where I am, they have underground drainage system. Whereas, as Lady Sarah said, the water is directed in one place and then it just goes underneath. You don't see water on the surface when it rains. Never. So, and they put the good thing about having underground drainage system, you can use the same drainage system for putting your electric cables, your cable, whatever. Everything can go through the same big things underneath. So you can use those systems for other services. But we are still 30, 40 years back when we want to put those on our surface drainage system. That's thing of the past. The engineers, they should not say it has nothing to do with the engineers, engineering association or whatever. They must be the biggest, the largest, the most trusted advisors to these government institutions about how best, if they are civil engineers, they're supposed to advise the council how to design drainage systems and all that. They're the advisors. They're the ones who know better. But they can't say it's not our problem. It's your problem because they're not advising these people well and documenting it to the public that we're telling you guys, do this, you're not doing it. Because now people are saying we're graduating engineers from University of Zambia and whatever, but they're not doing anything. They're just there drinking to jiri whatever. No, they're not doing that. But we should advise, as you know, for example, I'm in the veterinary fraternity in my country, in Zambia. We advise the government how to control some of these diseases, the best methodology to use to control some of these. We do it publicly, national television, radio, to say we as a Veterinary Association of Zambia, we would want the government to do this in order to combat African swine fever, for example. You sit there, you tell the government, and everyone listens. So if the Engineering Association of Zambia are not doing that, giving public service to the government, they should do it for the betterment of our city, our cities, major cities. So to me, it's everybody we have everybody to blame here. We have ourselves to blame because we're getting these plots in the offices. The plots I've got myself in Zambia, the people that have given me the plot, they have never even been there. They have never even surveyed the place. They give it to you while sitting on the desk. It's the truth.
Wow.
Yes. They give it to you while they're signing papers. You ask them, have you been there? No, they have never been there. So they're giving you a plot they've never seen. They've never, but it's on papers. Oh, is that near Japachani, Pakona, what Muzapeza space. So they know these things from their offices. And yes. And then you now have to go there, get a surveyor, this, and then bring it to them. But the initial thing is actually working from the bottom going up instead of up coming down. It's the opposite. That's what's happening. We have to be truthful here. So, and the president, when he went there to visit these flood victims, they told him the same thing. They said, when I pass a plot, if my paper or president, if they have. And who gave them? Now it's like, who gave you? Cities. You go to those, you find they gave that person in their offices. They have never even been to Kanyama, but they're giving a plot in Kanyama. They've never been there. So those people that are building, there's too much bribery and corruption and all that type of thing. We need to sort this thing out. We need to sort it out. Otherwise, I don't know how many people are going to be compensated. It's going to be a very complex program. The president announced yesterday, the other day, raise those buildings and compensate those people. Because some people, I don't want to mention the ethnicity. Some people are going to use that as a, of course, I'm going to just say my house was worth $2 billion or whatever. How are you going to say, no, it wasn't worth it? It's my money. It's my house. I evaluated it. I said, give me 20 million kwacha. So compensation of those people, I don't know whether it's going to be very complex, because if I have a good lawyer, I can value my buildings as much as I want. You can't tell me the value of my house. I'm the one who built it. So You can't come and tell me value. So it will be very, very complex to compare it. But it's a good move that the president said we're going to identify the buildings that are on their way, and we're going to erase them and put the proper drainage system through those areas. But I foresee a lot of legal battles in that type of thing.
What you're saying is true, and like I was saying, like, look, that's why the engineers need to come in and advise the government. Okay, so this is a job of engineers. We've got a civil department.
I have a question for you.
Okay, we have a civil department in the Ministry of a building.
I have a question.
On there, let me just finish, Bakazia. You come in. They have that mandate. They can go there and survey the area and advise accordingly. Because sometimes it may not even be a house. Maybe it may be a wall fence. See? So really, like in terms of compensation and all that stuff, the surveyors, engineers, they need to go in. Buildings department, which is a government entity, has been there for years and years and years and years. We need them to go on the ground and start assessing these things. Okay? Because Kanyama it's not really that complicated. Okay? Same thing with Chivoria. It's not that really complicated. But we make it complicated because there's no plan. There's no coordination with our engineers, everybody that's going there to build a home and everything. But since the home's already there, what are we going to do now? We need to, in phases. I think the most important part is we need to look at in phases. Like, look, we can start breaking one area. We say, okay, it will be in phases. Because if you're saying, like, okay, where is the compensation going to come? If it's been done in phases, slowly by slowly, we will solve this problem. If we say, okay, sector one, let's do this. We're going to do this. We're going to build. We're going to remove. In fact, we need, to modernize. This will be the time to modernize these compounds. Make them into real, proper housing units. Like what Sata did when he built Kajema. Start making these homes to be really proper homes.
But let me just pose the question before Kazia came. What happened to the pronouncement by the local government minister that they were going to get rid of some houses? Was that during Korea? I remember when we had Korea last year, there was that pronouncement by the minister that they were going to modernize these compounds. How far have they gone with it?
So all these things, they intertwine, they come in together, right? So the floods, housing, and everything, it all intertwines in one thing. Because if we want to modernize, let's say we take a Kanyama, for example, as we're talking about it. Let's start segment by segment, break one area, build modern homes, low-cost housing units, right? With proper drainage systems. Okay, underground system, not if man can open we don't want to see that anymore. Stage by stage, every year. By the end of the next 5 years, you find that it will be a whole new Kanyama.
All right, let Bakazia come in so we can move on to the next topic, which is
first the pronouncement from Wagari, he can't do that. He was just bluffing on that. The question that I have is that we are talking about engineers getting there. Has the platform for them to engage with the council been created? How do they approach the council? How is the communication system done? Maybe now Mwishibako something that I don't know.
Me, I don't know. The only thing I know is a statement that was issued by the president, Mr. Kaluga, this week, saying it's not their issue. The issue is the buildings that are along the drainage system, and that there's lawlessness in this township.
That's being paid. Then we don't have a system. If we don't have a system of consulting the engineers, that's why they are able to answer like that. It's because, you see, when people are doing some of these issues, some of these projects and programs, the engineers are not there. Unless probably if we had put them into the approval processes of the building structures and things like that, so that they are able to say, yes, we saw this is the plan that we all had, then it would be more effective. But we just say, oh, the engineers need to advise without creating a framework under which they can advise the government.
There are engineering departments in every council. For every engineering project, engineers are involved.
Oh, so which means that in this council, the engineers of these councils were not involved in these matters. So
they are not advising the council properly.
They are not advising the council properly.
I think they are, but the council ignores their advice.
But the question, this is where now you remember what Pasmo had said. You see, when you do not hold people accountable at individual level, this is what happens. Remember, colleagues, I've said on this platform that the problem to some when such a thing happens, we blame the entire government structure. So right now, I would say the entire UPND are the problem that have caused this. Not really understanding to say there is one person who signed off that without checking. Who is this person that we must find and hold him accountable at individual level without pulling other people in? So for me, I'm thinking that we need to go back to be looking at, if you have an accountability that you're not doing, it must be on you, not where we take politics into the systems of condemnation. Because this is now what you find. In fact, that when we say, historical perspective, we bring in other governments, but then we go to the point, say, in the past, we used to do it right. When did we do it wrong? Okay, maybe 2002. Who signed in 2002? The name is on that document. All documents that people sign, there is a name in that document. And that person must be able to explain what happened. So look at this, we are saying here, they've not been advising. Yes, they've not been advising, but is it the entire engineering group that has been working with the certain people that were building over these drainage systems? And now we are likely to start compensating people without having an accountability on someone who sat in that office and was approving these buildings over the drainage systems. He was there approving. What have we done about it? Zero. And yet now we are blaming the entire council. The council. Within the council, we must be able to ask critical questions. Who is doing what, when, where, and why did you do such a thing? Because here in Canada, if you are an engineer and you make it, they will hold you accountable at individual level. You know these are the rules that are prescribed. Why did you do this? And when they deal with you, they deal with you at that individual level. They will not bring other people in when they're dealing with you. They will deal with you, remove you, bring another person in that role, and they hold that person accountable in that role. In our government system.
All right. In conclusion.
Done.
I wanted you to clarify one thing when you said that when someone is transferred, they go with files. Did I hear you right? That because the person who knows is now transferred, is that the council remains without the files? Is that true?
No, I didn't say that.
What did you say about transfers? Why?
I said proper handovers are not done.
Okay.
So because people are moved in a hurry.
So when someone is moved, okay, I see.
Yeah, when you are being moved, you are done from Canada to Puerto Rico. If you have an office and you will hand over. If you go to most of these departments that have been moved, ask say, let's see the handover notes on everything else. At times we find they don't have.
So that could be the problem with the councils right now?
What?
Because we're talking about the councils and the drainage system.
I'm saying it is more prominent in government systems now. Most people, when you ask a question away from this forum, say, did you even hand over? No, I was not even given a chance to hand over. I was told immediately, move. So the handover comes in a way, there's a problem. You say, you remember, you are the one who worked, then over the phone. Yes, okay, what you can do, now go to the registry, go and ask for this, then you are going to find it. That is not the way handover must be done. Because that document is listed.
Vakazia, drainage system
What
in
about drainage
in
system?
Zambia.
Yeah.
Can you give us your insight or solutions to the problem that we're facing right now at Zambia?
I thought
Can you give?
Daniel has very good solutions. What he's saying, I don't know if you want me to manufacture other solutions there. He was saying one of the things that let's go underground, cover, use let's multi-purposely use these drainage systems that we're going to do underground. I think that is what he was saying, isn't it? So I don't know if that.
Okay, so we just wanted to hear what other ideas you had, if you had other progressive ideas.
Ideas are sufficient, but also the ideas that I had was also to say, let's create systems. When we create systems, let's not override them because of politics. Whereby you just come, you are kuchama with immediate effect without a proper handover. Then you bring another person there who has to struggle. And meanwhile, when he's struggling to get information and that, rainy season doesn't wait. So by the time he's coming to understand what actually the systems are, things are going baloo. But in terms of the long-term solution, is what Daniel was saying that let's look at how we were going to create this system that 30 years ago our friends are already on top of things. Go underground, multi-purposely use the drainage systems. I think that is the way to go.
All right. Let's put a lid on this. Let's go to the next topic, which is my favorite topic of the week, and that is on the sixth Commonwealth Secretary General, which is what do they call her? RT Honorable Patricia Janet Scotland.
I am the first one to contribute. What that knows, Dr.
I haven't finished. KCPC, she's a barrister, she's a renowned lawyer out of England, of course. She's the Secretary General, the first female, actually. Let's put it like that. And she was awarded by the Zambian government the prestigious, what is it called? Title. What was it called? The Ego something. Right, if you help me out here. What was that title that she was awarded at Kamosi Hotel?
It's that second ego, it's second in its
the
nature.
prestigious Order of the Eagle of Zambia, second division by the President of the Republic of Zambia on Saturday, and then yesterday we saw her being coronated as the village head woman in Chief Hamson's area in Bwengwa, and her name is what was her name? Vakumba, was that the name? God, too much. Butambo, that's what she was named yesterday. All these honors in a space of a weekend in Zambia. How do you feel about that? I mean, for me, I'm just going to say this. On the Eagles' second division, well deserved for her role in the release of the president. I get that. But then to add on village head woman at in Wengwa, I have issues with that. I mean, I'm Tonga through and through from Ugwalo. Everybody knows that was a little bit too much, I think, in my view. I think we should have stopped at the.
Why is it too much?
I mean, it's too much. I think we should have stopped.
No, you have to give a reason why you think it's too much.
Can I help you?
No, before you come in, let me just.
I am eager.
When are you going to see that woman? I mean, I don't.
I am eager. You are the chairperson.
Yes, I know. And then on top of that, you
the chairperson you speak last.
50 heads of
moderator speak last.
Noise maker, can you let Vakalinda finish? Noise maker.
Finish. Don't cut me off.
Jesus Christ. Let her finish. Then you can come in.
No, the chairperson, she speaks last. She's a host.
Just give me
No,
30
no, let her
seconds.
finish. She's got a point.
45 seconds. And then to add on to that, you give 150 heads of cattle. Are we kidding? When are you going to see that woman leave her comfortable house in London, where she's having a cup of tea every day, to go and look at her subjects in Bangor? I mean, let's be honest, people. Now, Bakazia, you can come in.
Wakalinda, you are speaking my mind. It's like you are speaking my mind. I was the issue, instead of, for issuing with the orders to ego that people do, and I don't have a problem. We give international. She's not the first one. There are a lot of them. Mandela was given, and other people have been given that order. I do not have a problem.
Yes.
But to go and tamper with a tradition,
yes,
over someone who has no citizenship in Zambia, not a permanent resident, not a citizen, and then you say, here, why did we identify a Zambian, give them 150 cows, and all 50 cows?
Yes.
Someone who has lived, born there, and he is resident there. He doesn't need to be educated, but he needs to be a traditional person who understands our values and tradition in that area. That is a disaster of a decision. You cannot do that. Please end at playing politics with the orders and that. Don't extend this to tradition. And what is even worse, Wakalinda, for me is Kalava wanted to attend, is even told of not to go there.
What?
Why?
I didn't hear that.
Yes, that's Danny. Danny knows about it. He was told you can't go there. Why? Sure. Now you bring someone from here, and you could see this person lives in London, and the husband is in London, and there is no way he's going to be found there to sign on the papers of the land. Imagine now if you have to apply land, because those papers we apply for land go to the village committee, which is headed by the village headman. So, but this is the one who is giving land in Zambia now. Really, seriously? This one is a political appeasement. It doesn't make sense. But HH shouldn't have done that. It is a high time we took this away from her. We don't need this kind of second level colonialism. We don't need that. We shouldn't be doing it. We shouldn't be doing things like that.
Yeah.
We respect her role that she has played in terms of the Commonwealth country, and even probably in dealing with the President HH when he was incarcerated. We appreciate that. She came as a voice of reason, engaged government, and the President HH was released. But to extend it to the village where now you start playing with tradition is an overboard. We shouldn't do that.
Yes, I mean, that's exactly.
You should have gone to one President Sam Muyoma and let maybe Gary Ngombo even do that. 50 animals. We have never given one animal to the village headman across nearby there in Wengo. They've not given
and we are still counting.
Yeah, still counting.
Okay.
Why? They shouldn't appease it. We should not behave like this as Zambians. We should never ever behave like this. This is belittling our own people that live in those communities that understand the tradition. She doesn't understand our traditions.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. But Doc, actually, Mr. Mwami is back. Mr. Mwami, we're talking about RT Honorable Baroness Patricia Janet Scotland on her title in Wengwa as the new village woman, Wutambo. And of course, I mean, the ego thing she got from the second division, from the Zambian government. Yeah. Kudos to that. We accept that. Great. I'm saying no with this village woman title. And then on top of that, you give 150 heads of cattle. Come on.
I'm saying yes, it's okay.
There he is.
Fantastic.
Oh my God.
It's okay.
I need a drink.
One, Zambia is a member of the Commonwealth. And we are just like brothers, sisters, keeper. We should enjoy the resources that are within Commonwealth. It's fine. Then we talk of traditions. We need to teach others how we live. If we are just willing to learn how others live, why not teach other people how we ourselves live? By using such opportunities.
Mm.
She'll one day testify.
Mm.
You know, the Tonga culture has been heavily documented by, not by Tongas themselves, but by whites. The first person to write the Tonga culture was a white lady. Just can't remember her name. So we are within. We're not very lost.
We're calling her Mujembere. She was in Gwembe Valley. Carlson.
Oh, correct. Thank you. Yes. So
Carlson. Her name was Carlson.
So yeah, so it's not bad. It's not the first time that is happening to extend such courtesies to the whites. There's this other chief in Northwestern Province, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
He's
he's
white.
there, but chief who?
He's white. He's white.
He's
but
white.
He's a chief.
Yeah, he's white, but he's a chief. So
Born there.
yeah, we can.
Him was born there. His parents came
Yes.
to Zambia, but he was
Yeah.
born in.
We can say anything, but HH didn't do what is not in the world. He did what is ordinary, not extraordinary. We can. Let's
No,
live like.
Vamacha, no,
Hey, that's my view, guys. Yeah,
I have a
that's my
question.
view.
No, Bagazia,
Okay.
I have a question for you, Vamacha.
Yeah, let him ask.
One question that I have, you have actually said we should be teaching people how we live, isn't it?
Yes.
So who should be teaching? So should Patricia Scotland now start teaching us? Or we should teach her?
No.
We should teach her. We should teach her.
Listen, she
That's
must first be Vamacha. She must first be a student. And first of all, get even a dual citizenship in Zambia. Get some residential document here in Zambia. Not where she is a resident of a foreign country. And depending on the visa requirements that can come, she may not even be allowed to come back in Zambia without that. So we must be able to, first of all, teach her, then give her some nationality in Zambia. Then you can say that what she wants to be. She has to have some documentation which ties her to Zambia in terms of residence. But there's no such. You don't just wake up and find a stranger on the road and say, "Oh, you have saved my day, so let's go and go to my team." You don't do things like that.
You know, Patricia Scotland.
I agree.
Yeah.
Agree with.
Can I be allowed also?
Let's let Sarah come in. While I'm taking a sweet.
Okay, number one, I'm so confused. I was stressed. I was looking at her. I said, "Who is this one?" She is actually married to a white man. I took the skin. I was like, "Oh God, what's happening now?" I was so stressed, and even now I have a headache. I can't think properly. Please
have a glass
leave
of
me alone to
whiskey.
talk. Oh, I was waiting for this one.
Go ahead.
I said, God, what is this now? What's happening in our country? And then I asked Mwelesa, let me nudge the Zoom picture. Let's not in India. Abantu wingi abalwire enkondo kuli ba HH tethi bakulepe umo bamubhela baya kulepe umsuku bwe babika na fipuna bachita na shani bamubirira nechakufwala takale fwala nokufwala chidya ku Europe ngabwekeramo. Number 2, if you want to go back to Africa, got a dual citizenship. How can you just get a foreigner to become a head dish and whatever, or head woman? Fish sticker. Mobula ni ngombe 100. Abantu bamsambia bale chula. That boy uliati matomola. Matomola bali mukakile. I'm going to talk about this. We haven't seen anything tangible being happening, being done to Matomola. But Matomola, because of UPND, youths were sleeping. Whatever. What do they call it? Community house. How many youths? Patricia. Why? In the first place, why do such a thing? Shower, ameshayakaba kuzanda malaiti yalepo tete mpeleko umuntu 100 ngombe ayikala kubuya you go and get a foreigner just because whatever criteria that you have used to give headship. Why imoba church nabali nabamutinta munira mwikala nkwekala mule lesokona tiyo head what? I didn't even comment on Mrs. Ichilema's page when she was posting those pictures. I didn't comment. Usually I do comment, but I didn't. I was upset. I'm one of the people that is very upset over that inauguration. Why? Why in the first? Why? What kind of Zambia are we creating that we can bring foreigners to head the traditional, status? Why? Why?
Okay.
Why? That's uncalled for.
That's a very good question, Lady Sarah.
Yeah.
It's a very good.
I
didn't even finish.
History. Where was that white person in the history of Tonga?
She was.
It's a white
No,
man.
it's true.
Lady Sarah.
Okay. No, let her finish. Let her finish.
That's because it's a white person who writes something. No. Where was the other Tonga? Where were you? It's the Tonga person who was talking to the Englishman, because the Englishman or the English woman knew how to write. That's when they were writing. You Tonga, you didn't know how to write. So you were giving the story. Why should you think it was done by a white person? What? Me, I'm not going to swallow this. I'm not going to allow myself and be proud of that, Patricia. No. Patricia, don't even accept that. Why are you sitting there accepting something that is not? Let me finish about this. This goes to the same as as an orphan. We are not going to tolerate a situation whereby names continue having something. Okay? Because how can he be an orphan looked after by HH, giving him such posts? Now you can see that he's blank. He's retired. Come on. We have young people who fought for UPND to be where it is right now. Why can't you give them such jobs? Why are you doing this?
No, that's a different topic altogether.
No. It's not different. It's the same thing. Akapa Dulula. That is what we are looking at. You can bring a woman from UK to become a head of something. Why? Why in the first place? There are no other women in Wengwa. Women. Why do you in that manner? No. We are not going to allow that.
Okay, we can. Yeah.
Okay, can I come in now?
No. Let's do this.
Let me just
come in, and then the dog, and then we'll go to Mr. Mwami in that order. The people who haven't spoken speak.
Basera.
Yeah, let's give them their grace, Bakazia. But if you come in, and then dog, and then Mwami in that order.
Okay, so I have something here. I was learning Tonga this week. Believe it or not, I just want to lose you guys a little bit. Ati ulakalali nda inkala kale. What is that? Ukalali nda ikala kale.
I've never heard of that.
Okay.
Have you heard of that? What is that? And
say that again.
Ula kalali nda ikala. Ulakalali. You know, I don't know whether my
It's the Ulagalali. It's called the
Ulakaladi. Where do you stay?
Okay.
Continue. Continue.
Ndakalaria.
Ulagalali.
Kale.
Ulagalalia.
I live there.
What does that mean?
Where do you stay? And someone should answer, I live there. Someone should point at where they stay.
Okay. All right.
Ndakalaria. Ulakalali. Chila, it's not Tonga. That is Ila. That is Ila. Ulakalali.
we push up Patricia in the question.
Ulakalali. Ndakalaria. You can go ahead.
So on the issue about Patricia, I think let's not complicate issues and let's overthink issues.
But you cannot say let's not complicate issues.
Am I protected?
Let Patricia finish his thoughts, please.
Yeah. Am I protected?
You are protected. Go ahead.
So what I was saying was this, Iria Shiaba Patricia. Okay. First of all, she's not white. Okay. So let's remove that from the equation.
Yeah, she's mixed of
okay.
Dominican
descent. Dominicans, I'm blacks are Spanish. That's what it is.
But she's British.
She was born
yeah, anybody can British, you are an American, isn't it? Like it doesn't mean that you know Mzungu. No. So
no, I'm just saying.
Whether white or
I was looking at the color, the name, the connecting. Okay, I'm not saying white per se, but I'm saying she's a foreigner. Me, I'm a Zambian.
Okay, no. We have heard your point, but let me and explain my position.
Then
so that because I have a view then he won't have a progressive argument. But here's my thing. One, she's not white. Okay, so that's out of the way. Temusungu. Okay, so no. Now we all know she's coming from the Dominican Islands, and if we all know the history of they all came from Africa.
Slavery.
They were taken
slaves from Africa.
They were taken in the island as slaves. So, but as a matter of fact, please. Am I protected, Bakalinda?
Oh yes, you are.
Bakalinda, can you go to the point?
No. Another 2 seconds. How am I going to the point? No, this is being unfair because when you were talking, we let you speak. Now when it's me, my time, because you don't like what you're hearing, every 2 seconds.
No. Just don't mind them. Just go ahead, speak.
Okay, right? So the people from the islands, starting from Jamaicans, Caribbean, Yonse, all the island system, they all came as slaves there. It wasn't by choice, right? It wasn't by no. Now, in fact, what you need to understand is this: there's a change and a shift in how the world is going to start working. Yes. If you look at it, when we know how the environment is going to be working right now, Donald Trump is refusing to start, supporting African countries in terms of aid and everything. Timochi and Nama Caribbean, same thing. Tax have been imposed even here in Canada, same thing. So now Africans and the Caribbean community now is starting to realize that, look, can we connect with our brothers and sisters in Africa? This is bigger than what you think. It's bigger than that. Filho papa F3 asenda nani kane Dominican amupera chieftains ampera ne watu wa Kwaresa. Tonga people, everybody, even when the last minister was here, was telling me like, Chanda, if you go in my crowd, it will take you like 2 days before you count the cows that I have. It's a cow culture, and HH has donated cow to Ama ceremonies. Also, he's been donating. Okay, in case you didn't know. So it's not like balimupere ngombe, bamupera nalandi, bamupera neshida. No. You have to be thinking about how Zambia is going to move forward. Because here's the thing: if America, the way America has decided to not support any African country, where are we as Africans? Where can we look into? Who can we go and partner with? That's why the president was in Egypt. Okay? That's why even in the islands, now they're revisiting their story. They're saying, look, why have we been dealing with Inama Americans and all that? Why don't we go and deal with our own brothers and sisters? Okay? So, if it will be, that's a small thing.
Very small.
Shishive, uinga danda ulasana. Ati no, balimupere ngombe. Nishtamwa mfapo ati HH alipere vampezeni ngombe. Tamwa mfapo ati alipere koba nani kani. Wonsama chiefs yaba pusana ale bapera pwe ngombe. Even the last tradition in Nchwara, he donated 100,000. Okay?
Dan?
Kuomboka, he donated about 100 too.
You see?
Are you
so
done?
that's not the new thing. I healed my case.
But
Okay.
Dr. Danny, let Dr. Danny come in before we get married, because Dr. Danny hasn't said anything. So let everybody speak, and then you guys can come in with your rebuffs or additions or whatever you want to say. Dr. Danny, your comment on Patricia Scotland's head womanship.
All right. To me, I am a person. Dangote, when he came to Zambia, he mentioned something that caught my attention. He said by him coming to Zambia to establish some businesses and whatever, Zambians should not look at him as a competitor. He's an African. He's a world citizen. Whatever he can do good and make money for the benefit of the local people, that's fine. We shouldn't have this thing of saying, if you don't come here, you can't come here and make good of the situation. I'll give you an example. I've read, because my sister was working for that hospital at one time, the history of, I don't know if some of you have heard of Hannah Francis, the history of Macha Hospital. Okay? Hannah Francis was a missionary who came to Choma in 1909. And when she came there, she said, I want land. I will not go back to America. I'm done. I love Africa. She was a white woman, 1906. And the chief at that time, I don't know, was Chief Monze or whatever, said, Hannah, you are welcome in my kingdom. What do you want to do? Said, give me land. I want to build a church. And she built a church. People started praying. Of course, she was a missionary. And as we speak, fast forward, Hannah Francis Mission now has developed that area. They now run, of course, the church is still there, still runs there. There are 5 schools under Hannah Francis Mission. There's a hospital, a huge hospital, training nurses and doctors. There's a Malaria Research Institute. This all came about because of Hannah, who was a foreigner. When she came, suppose the people of Macha had said, oh, you're a foreigner, we don't want you. What do you want here? Go away. Look, Macha is now a center of Southern Africa in terms of people. Macha Hospital is one of the best in the country.
Yes.
So let's not look at foreigners when they come and start, just say, all right, get out. You're not part of us. Get out. You're not. No, some of these people come for the good to do the good for the community. And I'm sure this Scotland or Miss Scotland, what's her first name?
Honorable
Honorable Scotland, whatever.
Baroness Scotland.
Yes, she's definitely gonna do good to that community. The good things she's gonna bring to that community, to that village, are more than what people think she's gonna take out of that. So to me, I'm looking at the advantages of having, I mean, the benefits that she's gonna bring in that position. It's okay for those people that say she's foreign, and we know she's foreign. All of us, we know she's foreign. But is this marriage with that village gonna bring good to the village or not? If it's not gonna bring something good to the villagers, no, I don't need her. If it's gonna benefit the villagers, of course, I welcome her. I have another example of, you remember, 2015, I will still remember that time, when the chief in Northwestern, you're from Northwestern Province, Steph? Sarah.
I'm from
Yes.
there, and I
Yes.
understand everything that you are saying. That man was born there.
Okay, yes. So when
He was
Chief
born there, but he was
Nyamwana,
not born in Zambia.
yes. So when remember the father died, the Israeli parents died, and the chief adopted him as a stepson, the chief Nyamwana. And when he died, people expected the chief Nyamwana to appoint a black child because he had other children. But instead, the next of kin became this white adopted child, a white man from Israel. It was people were saying, "Oh my goodness, this chief has lost it. This family has lost it. How do they get an adopted child to be a chief now? He has black children, he has black whatever daughters. Why? It was kafafa. Look, from 2015 up to now, they love their chief. He's bringing progress. I mean, development to the what is a good guy. So, suppose that time they had listened to the people that were saying, no, we can't have this Peter be our chief because it's foreign and he's from Israel and all that. This chief has black children. They should take over as chief. So sometimes we shouldn't do this. We are humans. Finally, before I finish, one astronaut who just came from the International Space Station, he said he used to look at the Earth as a little ball, like from the International Space Station. And they asked him, what has changed since you came back on Earth? He said, since I came back on Earth, I look at myself as a citizen of Earth. I don't look at myself as, because he really looked at that little ball and he didn't see any boundaries. He said, now I live my life as a citizen of planet Earth. He's living in Kenya right now since he arrived. He said, I want to live anywhere because there's no border. We are one, people. Let's have this view. We are one. So let's not have these artificial boundaries and say, oh, you are from Kasama, me, I'm from here, hey, get out. You are from Congo, me, I'm one. No, we are one. We are one people. This earth is for all of us. Until we have that vision of saying, let's live as one people, we are not going nowhere as a human species. So to me, I see nothing wrong with this. And I can assure you, let's come back 5-10 years from now, we're going to see how that village is going to benefit from this relationship. And that's the most important thing. What are the good things that are going to come out of this relationship with the village? So if it's going to bring development, well and good for the people of Lugwalo or whatever. Wenga. So let's look at it positive. Let's not be pessimistic. Let's be optimistic about some of these things. That's all I have to say.
All right. Before anybody comes in, let me just read out a comment on WhatsApp here from our regular contributor, Maslisa, who can't come in, but he's texting, listening in the background. He says, on Patricia, Scotland is a great woman and deserving the honor granted to her. She played a critical role in the release of the current president from Quebeco. It is always good to appreciate people that do good to others. Diakamuida huma, whatever that means. Diakamuida huma. All right, and what else?
It's now.
Now let's open. Mr. Mani had something to say. Lady Sarah had something
Yes.
to say.
I've also
and
something
the
to say.
resident. Go ahead.
You know, we
Enough.
are. There is nothing new under the sun. We are talking about this issue of Patricia Scotland. If you remember very well, the previous regime, they even got the Chinese to be in the police service. African uniform. That was it was not fair because that was about the security of the nation.
Yeah.
Now, when Patricia comes as the head woman, all of you who are here, can you challenge me? What security threat is it? Also, wachanda. Okay, naimo once mwe wali ukoemu.
Nala muchita challenge wa mata.
Just a minute. Wait a minute. Once mwe wali mfiaromo so. Once mwe wali mfiaromo. Nanenga kana. Who can refuse if the president picked you and said, I'm giving you this land, you stay here, you build your own house? Tell me you would say no.
You see,
your question very relevant. President, are you talking about Trump?
Shilapwicha, lekeni nandi.
Who
would refuse?
Don't ask questions because then we are answering you.
Okay. So I meant to say, if you are given land where you are there, would that not be an added advantage? Then the other one is we are talking about foreigners from coming into Zambia. In Western Province, there are even some whites that have discovered through DNA, and this slavery we're talking about, say they basically came from Africa. So they are busy reconnecting with the people of Western Province. Every time they attend the Komboka ceremony, they have even been given names. One is Mundia, but Musungu, you know. One is Mundia, the other one is Kashamba, you know, Nyambe, such kind of names. The world has become small. In fact, all of you that are against this, according to human rights, I would cite you for racism. I don't know.
Oh my God.
By the way,
you are racist.
We are in the foreign land. These white people here, they are welcoming us. They are giving us, we are working hard, of course, but we're in their land. Nobody's saying go back to Zambia. So
they are not racist.
Now, can we speak it?
Mr. Masha, you're done, right?
Can I
I'm done.
now?
Maybe I should go before you come.
No, let me go first.
Okay.
Number one, if you from let's compare the Babula Shani, Tafipale and if you call Patricia. Patricia, headman, one is if you have a head woman. Eh? Imokutimo ku England uko mwene bashani uko ba Queen Elizabeth, may I so rest in peace. Tibami bika imwe something muri mpalasi imwe.
There's always a starting point.
There's
always a
starting point. Moyo has been appointed the Lord in England.
You know, we are not, Doctor, we are not saying that
she has been appointed the Lord. And
can I finish?
Who deserve that lordship?
We are not saying that foreigners cannot come into our country and do ABCD. And I agree with you, there will be development in that area. But this is a head woman. You understand? Does she know our culture? Does she know the Wenga culture? Head woman, is she going to agree at any Chibe? Because
how can Patricia Scotland sort out that marriage problem?
Exactly.
No. I think you're looking.
Let me finish. This is what we are saying. We are saying, when you compare my chief in my province, that one was adopted. He's a child. It's just the color which is different. He's a son to the chief, and he can, go on the throne. So about Patricia, what criteria? That's what I want to know. because head woman, that is cultural, you know. You cannot ascend to that and you are giving examples of people, but Patricia is starting with our benefits in Ngombe. Actually 100. That's what she's starting with. Why didn't she come with money to buy the house?
150.
Why can't she come without kumpele ngombe? What type of comparison is that? What type of comparison is that? Mupezeni na Patricia na bapalana? No, Patricia is not a chief.
In fact, very demeaning. So you start to compare me
Can you
to Patricia.
What type of comparison is that?
Imagine, sure.
Lady Sarah, can you comment on Daviso Moyo in England?
Huh?
I'm going to comment on that.
No, before you guys comment, let me just also add on that Patricia Scotland has been adopted by the senior chief Hamsonde. So she is coming in as the daughter of senior chief Hamsonde.
You adopt at 75 years.
Yeah, who gave her that head woman?
Wakalinda, let me also speak now. Let me come in. Wakalinda, let me come in. Let me also come in. You see,
so she's adopted.
Wakalinda.
Yeah.
This is how slave trade started. Utuma favors utwagule nshira. Umusungu waisa mwapela land, mwaimya amupela sugar. The point is that there will be development in there. If Patricia Scotland was in, she would do a lot, even with her not being a head person, a head woman. She would go through our local head woman and be a contributor to the economic value of that place. She doesn't need to be a head woman. You don't understand the significance of a head woman. But then you know you are lost. There is no way a foreigner can find yourself Mulitunga Grand. Get in the Western province. This nonsense can never happen. Well, I talk about weapon at all. Now we are going to be near the Ritunga. Or we are going to be near the Nyamboeta.
Comment on Daviso Moyo.
She is the adopted daughter of senior chief Hamson.
Daviso Moyo, there is no way the queen. There is no way Daviso Moyo can be appointed to be a queen, to be in the royal family.
We are not talking about
That's different. That's different.
that is different.
That's different.
Remember, you are the proponent of
We are not saying that this
you
lady
are
is
the
going to be
proponent
king
of
chief.
keeping
No.
quiet when your friend is talking. You are the proponent. Now you are interjecting. That's why to me interject. You are the first one to
King
shout
and
out.
queen of Zambia.
No, you finish. No, let's finish.
But Danny and Chanda, you are the ones that anytime we keep quiet, we finish. Why are you interjecting? What do you think you have the right to interject others when they are talking when you can?
Want Patricia to be king.
No,
She's not a king.
keep quiet. When I'm saying what you don't like,
But Dr. Danny, please let him
you think you have the right to interject your friends when what you don't have right. No, come on.
Go ahead, Lakazia. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that a traditional leadership is tied into the headmanship of a village. No, we have a selection procedure that is done with the indigenous people there. When I was giving an example, I said Patricia Scotland, what Daviso Moyo has been given is equivalent to the order that we have given in Patricia Scotland, which we said from the government point of view, we are happy that she's been given that. But when you take her in the tradition, you are taking her in the traditional leadership. When I compared her to say in the kingship, I'm talking about that Queen Elizabeth, no matter how you do, you will not be appointed as the Duke of this. You can never be as a foreigner. You will never be that. It is in the royal family that is in that order.
Do you know the position of Daviso Moyo?
Danny, are you going to, if you are going to do this, I will do that to you when you start to talk.
Let him finish.
I'm going to behave the same way to him.
Let's seem to know the position Daviso Moyo has been given in England.
I don't care what the position Daviso Moyo has been given. The fact is, it is stupid for us to start behaving like this by giving each other favors that don't add up. Patricia Scotland has no basis to be, has nothing that connects her to Zambia. She's not a citizen of Zambia. She is not from the Tonga tribe. She is not. What is her value there? What tradition does she know about the Tonga people? What does she know? Who trained her? When was she given this? Let's not stop political appeasement because that Ali Bombasa and Pali therefore now political traditional leadership. This is not how things should be done. And it is very unfortunate. But it is so unfortunate that at our level, as people that should be able to defend our values and our nation, Zambia, we start promoting a Jawe. If it was anyone within the Wengwa community to appeal what? A traditional leader, a headman in the village. You are not Patricia Scotland. Patricia Scotland
In conclusion,
a lot, and from a position where she is, not that she has to be a village lady for her to contribute. No, I don't buy that. We are killing our own position. You are still talking. Okay, go ahead.
In conclusion, Makazi.
No, I wait for Dan to speak, then I will be speaking over him. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I wasn't talking. I was asking one question. You didn't answer it.
Let the person finish, then you ask the question.
I asked you the question that do you know the position that Wisomoyo holds? You said you don't know.
I said I don't know, and I don't even care about that.
Because it's similar to what you are talking about. You mean there are no British people to hold that position, lordship? There are no traditional people? So you are not you are not answering the question.
Tell me the similarity between the functions that W. Samoa has been given and Patricia Scotland. Then maybe I will appreciate that. Can you run me through so that you clear my ignorance?
Okay. So Vakazia, let me run it to you.
Therefore, I have done Wangasuki. To clear my ignorance is that I want to have done to tell me what role WS has been given and what we've given Patricia Scotland here, so that in this what they are similar in terms of what they will be doing. Then maybe I will appreciate it different.
I'll tell you, they are both traditional roles embedded in the national tradition of Britain and for us, national tradition of Zambia. Same, appointed by the Queen. In that case, this side appointed by the chief or the president.
What are the functions?
The functions are to carry, they are traditionally based.
But Danny, a president will never appoint a headman or a head woman. Never. That's not the powers of the president.
Sorry, I didn't say
No, I think I disagree with that one.
I disagree with that one. The people of the village who appoints the head person.
No,
that was a slip of the tongue.
Okay. So, Monen, we want to acquire it.
All right.
There is what we call Vakalinda. Before you come in, Vakalinda.
Go ahead.
There's what we call honorary positions. Okay? You can be a honorary, like they can give you like a position, co-company or
even
if but how are we going to have a healthy conversation if you don't allow me to exhaust my point?
You when it is you are ready to interject. When it's others, you have
no, I was quiet. I was quiet, but I think allow me to exhaust my point.
Let him finish.
So what we're saying is this: about Patricia, she's been honored. It's a honorary. Okay, Kulava, even here in the Western world, okay, There's certain individuals or people, organizations that will give you a honorary position. It doesn't mean that they are going to, subside from what they do or their norms and go against what they do. But sometimes there are certain things that are needed in society to make a balance. Okay? Now, Patricia, is a balance in the system. And in fact, the problem is we don't understand this. Most people feel in their hearts.
I don't understand. That's we understand.
No, okay, well, I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there. Abantu abengi balemula kwati ba Patricia Scotland basungu mwe bantu bakwale toteta mwashi wa basungu fa moneka
if you're Chanda, whether she's black or white, she's not Zambian.
No.
Zambian.
No, that's one point. But at the end of the day, is this: in every institution, organization, kingdom, and everywhere, ups and upside. Muka moninga mwefa muka pitero kulubemba kwali abantu abalisa abashali amanani kali amba kwamara
they cannot even put Patricia's Zishan.
Wow, kulubemba kuti Patricia ayi mwana bumwine mushati stimu kulubemba kuti amubona
ili nani kale bufumufe wako bati watafuta ka chiefdom. It's not like bakupera yonse
batanda
no or bwengwa yonse bamupera no that's not what we're saying.
We want to preserve our traditions. That's what we are talking about.
You can't preserve your tradition by using a foreigner.
This is the right step in the right direction because umuntu kwati abena Patricia ngababa pele ufumu bulya.
You can never preserve
Dominican Republic.
You can't preserve your tradition by using a foreigner.
Ngababa twala ku Republic, Dominican Republic. Bala tampo dombo kulanda Zambia bekala.
Munepange for which you are thinking. You are dreaming, Wachanda. That is a dream.
It's not a dream
of what she can say. You are dreaming what she can say. That's not what you are saying.
We want to back what it, but I want to be somebody. Those are Africans living in the island. Do you understand that those are Africans?
That is the fact.
How do you expect them to know if you don't give them access?
You treat them first and then you appoint them.
No. Look. Well, we're moving in a real tradition or in a fast-paced environment.
No,
Zambia is not an island.
This is crookedness.
And Zambia is not a constituency. Zambia is not a constituency, and Zambia is not an island.
But Zambia, that don't preach the converted. Everyone knows we are not an island. Yes. We are not this.
So why don't you want us to connect with our brothers and sisters in the island?
Who said I don't want you to connect? I said let's connect, but
our brothers and sisters in the island. We need to connect with them.
Wrong. The manner of connection is wrong.
Level ya kaechecho pale marathon yenu yo mlevuduka yakareya ya 1940.
You are the ones that are spoiling president.
Because I want to conquer.
You are praising wrong things, and you think the president is going to learn how to do things right. When you the supporters want to defeat him, you are defeating the president.
Therefore, I'm just a question. Since when did our traditions allow the president of the country to appoint a head woman or a chief? Since when?
Takwatala kuba ni abuse.
Pia msango ifyo. Traditions are traditions.
No mama, balesera ngabasanga abantu ngabachanda. Ngabasanga abantu ngabachanda abalelande bale.
What honorary mweba?
Who know that the full reference. It's people like Wachanda, the ones that are very inimical to the progress of the president.
Let them come with their own cows, let them come with their own money, buy the cows and progress wherever we never be. Not to grab a pele ngombe, Bambi lepo kupangira pendalama. Pangombe at your navalete at Dominican.
At one tailor. This is one
not supporting.
You identify the person under the traditional leadership and give 150 plus 50, 200 cows. That person will do much more than Patricia Scotland.
Bachanda. Sorry, you people we are talking. Bachanda. It's Bachanda. Udia Scotland, Patricia Udia. If Chitikama villages, Mwali Babana, Akule Sungu, Udia Patricia could have finished.
Efwakishika nomba ngaisa aba mwe bakwalesa
umwana ukufunda our traditions our women they bow to their husband.
No. Mone manjuka question. Lekeni njasuke. Na manjuka question.
We need to wind up.
Na manjuka question. Manjuka question.
Yeah, I mean, let's wind up. You have 30 seconds, actually, to answer. Let's wind up.
So, mone validesera moneni. Mwanjibu cha question yako bati. Uri omuntu akeshwa shani fintu ko vale pitamu abantu kwata ma teenagers and stuff like that. Now, this is an opportunity. Okay? If you vale pitamu valia, abantu ba man nkane kumushi na ku Dominican Republic chimochi mwantu tamwaishiba. You don't understand. Oh, you ask a question. Can you allow me to answer? No. Can you allow me to answer?
I'm teaching somebody.
Can you allow me to answer?
All right, people. We are done. We are done.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
We're done. Let's move on.
Yeah,
let's move on. So the facts of the matter. One, she is adopted by Senior Chief Hamsonde to be village head woman, Butambo, given 150 heads of cattle and still counting. As a Tonga myself, that's not something that I support. I mean, I respect the fact that she did everything she could to get our president out of the Mukobeko prison. We get that. And I know there's a friendship that has developed over the years, so it's evolved. That I know they want to keep her closer to the to Wengwa, but I think there's a better way of doing it. That's my opinion, and I'll stick to it. We love her, but this
it's true, Sister Kalinda. So ngabali afuna president ukufuma mu Mukobeko, kushaba president ba HH bamuyaya ya Mozambia.
Anyway, let's move on to the next topic, which is the topic on tribalism. Unfortunately, I mean, this is one topic that we've talked about over and over. But this week, we saw, I don't know if you guys have been seeing the writings between the socialist president, Fred Membe, and the human rights activist Laura Mitty. So I don't know. Fred Membe is hell bent on just trashing the Tonga tribe in his writings. I mean, and this is not something that just started now. What he has done now is to basically amp his rhetoric against the Tongas. Now, if for some reason, if he sees that maybe you have positive vibes, with the president, HH, he thinks you favor him or whatever. So he will, say for somehow you're related to HH, that's why you're supporting him, without really giving his readers facts. And he's doing it in the mask. I mean, I don't understand it. The mask is supposed to be owned by his wife, Mutinta. Mutinta, who is the daughter of the founding father of UPND, and he is Tonga from Wengwa. I mean, I don't understand it. What's wrong? What's the matter with Fred Membe? What is his fixation against? What have we done? And speaking as a Tonga, against him, or maybe we need to apologize. I don't get it. Why go after Laura Miti?
What did he say, Bakalinda? What did he say?
No, he said that Laura Miti supports HH because she's Tonga. But Laura Miti is Eastern. I mean, what kind of reasoning is that? Why not take somebody, if you're going to have an argument, be it on substance. If you feel, Laura Miti is wrong on the on article that she did on economics, why don't you come out? Why don't you come out? Go after her with the facts that you have on the economy. Even on the political dispensation, if you think she's wrong, come out with the facts. Don't just say, "Oh, you know what? She writes the way she does because she is Tonga." What kind of nonsense is that? What have the Tongas done? Should everybody in Zambia who supports HH be Tonga? Is that what he's saying? What is wrong with that man? Somebody help me. Let me start with Mr. Mwami, who's on the ground. That Mwami. I think we lost him. Shall we go to the dark?
I haven't followed that story this week. Sorry, but I know that people that talk about tribalism in Zambia, they're the tribalists themselves. So that's what I know. So I have nothing much to say other than saying the people that are always talking about tribalism, from my experience, are the ones that are tribalists. Look at the Kamwiri, the what's the name, the other GBM and all that guys. The people that talk about tribalism in Zambia, they are the tribalists themselves. That's all I can say.
Great. Vakazia.
Tribalism is a very big problem in Zambia right now. It's a very big problem. You see, there is the tribalism and also perceptions of tribalism. What I have seen is that there has been quite a lot of accusations put forth. When the UPND was formed, they were very critical about issues to do with tribalism and perceptions of tribalism. And there was a clear-cut line of how they were going to deal with issues of tribalism, issues of patriotism, and other things. They come into office, they don't comprehensively deal with that matter. And the problem that has been there is that there has now been a question of perception, which UPND has a responsibility to fight really, really hard and prove. One of the things that is there, when it gets to issues to do with justice dispensation, there are people that have actually said very bad tribal remarks. I'll give an example, like Wadana said, that Shimbaka Mwili has been even taken to court. In the same vein, the Honorable Minister Cornelius Mwengu, who came online without any provoke and said, "Me, I'm proud to be the person who is sponsoring the divisions and also to speak about the tribal remarks." He's a minister. Nothing has been done to him up to this far point. Meanwhile, his accomplice, his alleged accomplice, who is Shimbaka Mwili, something has been done. Now, you would see that when you see the condemnation in one direction, and then another condemnation in another direction, what happened? You have Wumba Madam, who went on the podium clear cut and said, "This is the time we must vote for Tonga, you've been sleeping too much, you just have to vote for Tonga, nothing else. You have a person who goes online and say, if we see we work hard, nothing happens. These are some of the problems that the UPN have themselves in when it gets to points of dealing with issues with tribalism. And it is getting more pressured and more pressured to see a clear-cut direction that the UPND government must do. Some of the appointments must be deliberate to actually fulfill the campaign and the messaging that was done. You would see that when you visit a lot of government appointments that are happening now, and in the ministries at permanent level, secretary level, at the director level, at first government level, there has been the conversation to say, guys, you are weighing on too much only into the southern province. Can you look at this? Those are the moderate ones. The extreme ones will go and see it, like, oh, whatever they will say. So for me, I am thinking that it's more on how the dispensation of justice is done to actually show that the UPND government is living the dream and the direction that they're actually going to root out this deception of tribalism. You see, when people complain about it, at times it's important to bring them to the conversation. If you do not bring them to the conversation, it doesn't go away. Even if you pick them up or you say something, you say what, the conversation does not end. If anything, it gets louder and louder. But for me, it is a consultative process that is lacking. Because if Fredman is saying what he's saying, why is he saying? Bakalinda, you are right to ask the question. What has happened? But now, me, I will challenge the UPND and the Tonga group to say, can you bring Fredman into the discussion? Open discussion, which goes like, okay, why are you saying what you're saying? Could there be merit in what you're saying? If there are not merit in this conversation, which is open, you would find that you're able to find solutions and be able to debunk a few things that are being said. Me and Dan speak in the background a lot about tribalism and other things, which we cannot speak when we are having an open forum like the way we have. Because at times what comes out of our mouth also fuels the concept and the perceptions of tribalism instead of changing to the point where we should see ourselves as one, as a one people. It is the conversation and also at times the profanity that goes with when you're addressing the issues of tribalism. For instance, when someone says, hey, they're tribalists, they are useless, they are idiots, they are what? They are so certain wording. When a person has complained about how they feel, and then certain words are used, they injure, they don't build. So if Comrade Fred maybe has said what he has said, why has he said it? When are we going to have a conversation which is civil, devoid of all the negative talk to address these matters of tribalism? For me, I think there is much more than meets the eye to these conversations, which we must be able to have.
Let's move on, Lady Sarah. Lady Sarah.
About Membe?
Yes.
I don't know what, I haven't read much about him and Valinda, so I don't know what to say, but if he's being tribal, that's his problem.
Okay, back to Lufia.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is not a hidden secret. We know that the opposition has been a propaganda for tribalism, and it's sad, really, very, very sad that Bamembe will be classified as that, because we know what happened, and when one individual who were actually, liked as a politician or sponsored to go around the country, disparage the Tonga people. That was something that was so sad. And sometimes you have heroes, and then you end up like, why would my hero do something like this? And then and at the end of the day, like I was saying, like, look, I've learned a lot of things, and I've seen so many in terms of this politics and how it works. There are people that will be hired. There are people that will be put in places just to mismanage or to confuse people. Tribalism, there's no place in it. There's no way, like there's no space for it in Zambia. Okay, so that's why it even ties into what we're talking about with Patricia Scotland. It's because Zambia is a unity, and we can able even to put somebody in place who's not even a Zambian, by the way, but they can come there and head it. There can be a shift of a certain location or certain place. It doesn't mean that you're giving them the keys to the what you call it, state house. No, that's not what it means. What we're simply trying to say is like, look, we can live as Zambians, one, and we can live with other individuals, other people. And that's why the talk right now, if you have noticed, the talk currently is how Africa is going to unite and not depend on the Western world, Eastern world. How are we going to defend ourselves and trade among ourselves? Okay? So that's the topic right now. I mean, that's the vision in the next coming, 5-10 years. Africa should be able to start dealing our own problems and be able to trade among ourselves and make profits among ourselves. We do not need to bring our products outside or overseas. If they need to come and get those, strategic minerals, you put a premium to it. It should be a premium to it, so that they learn a lesson, because Donald Trump is not playing, and us as Africans, we're not playing as well, because we're not going to let somebody dictate how our minerals are going to be exported, how the price is going to be for the next coming generation. Like, we need to come up with better strategies, and in terms of how we would be able to price ourselves, because even the emerald mining system in the country has been in shambles for the last 60 years. Nobody knows. Like, everybody is just talking, but look, at the end of the day, Zambia, we have the best quality in terms of minerals, but what are we getting out of it? Why are we borrowing money when we can just depend on what we have to generate our resources? So those are the things that we need to really sit down, simmer down, and understand how the Western world works, how Africa works, and reach at the point where you say, look, we're not going to be abused anymore. Okay, we don't want to be a next Congo. We don't want to be the next Congo. And I'm proud because we have a leader is saying, look, let's reignite army forces.
Okay, Wakalinda.
Yes.
The thing that I've also seen, and I don't know how others view this, but you see, when our discussion, when we say oh, the people are just saying tribal, they are what? Oh, Fifiago. That problem doesn't go away. If you look at how social media and public perceptions have had in the issues to do with tribalism and issues to do with favoritism, you will see that the criticism of UPND often gets amplified on social media, where the public discourse becomes so bad, where they say, oh, the UPND supporters at times been accused of using social media platforms to advance the ethnic-based attacks, targeting rival parties like the PF. And then the supporters of the PF have been portrayed, as to be being a part of Bemba speakers and accused of promoting Bemba hegemony. Therefore, if they have critics are joining. Like me, I say, when we start having this conversation, this discourse only fuels ethnic division and tribalism, more of it. Then those condemning UPND faces the same problem. Now, those condemning UPND are saying, oh, UPND is portrayed as a tribal party, only focusing on the Tonga speaking people. And they will go into the details of it to say, oh, the media is portraying PF as a tribal party, so the UPND is also a tribal party. And they will point to certain media, online media platforms, and nothing is done to both. If you see, there is Koswe Watchdog, there is Zambian Eagles, whatever, Smart Eagles, and other. So these are media platforms where people are discussing things. The question is that you will see the distinct kind of conversation that is there. Even when you find people that are very honorable, where you do not expect that they are going to call a certain section of the people stupid or ignorant, they are the ones that will say it. Imagine the member of parliament who uses that language. And then another member of parliament from another region uses the same language against the Tonga. This one is using against the Bemba. The other one is using about this. And then these things go unabated. We kind of just skim ourselves through them like nothing has happened. These things go deeper. They go deeper to the point that it will be a volcano waiting to erupt. Because people have all these suppressed feelings, they can't say it. If I say it, it will not be right to say it. So we need to open these things and open the vents so that this pressure starts to come out by people speaking about it, by having clear-cut systems that should be able to address these things in a more practical way. If we see where there is favoritism, we all frown upon it. I am Bemba or I'm Mambwe. But for you to speak like this to another person, I don't like it. I will not be part of this kind of conversation. Oh, I'm Tonga. But for you, Tonga, to say this to this other person, I'm not going to be part of this conversation. When we can broaden that, we will see that we can be able to deal with issues of tribalism. Otherwise, if we don't do that and just play it, because other people have been oppressed, the Tonga people have been oppressed in the past, and therefore, now anyone who is pressing it, they are blind to the past. No, it is because President H came on a platform to reset the pattern. He can't continue not resetting the pattern. No matter how you do it, he must be able to change and reset the pattern for a better discourse around it.
Right. Okay. That's enough on that. Let's move on to the Zambia's date now. I'll let Bakazia take the lead on this one. Bakazia. What has happened to him?
We had a conversation, I think it was on the platform, when I think it was Ambassador Emmanuel Mwamba, he had posted a few things about the debt increase. And when I posted on the group,
Yeah.
that is true. But if you said it is not. So I wanted maybe to come to this conversation to say, this is what is being posted. Is this the correct structure of debt? And if it is, what would government do to change course or to show how they can deal with this from this group? That is what I was intending to do with that kind of post. So now I want to hear from Bati, especially when he said it is not true.
Back, Lufia.
You know, look, this is so funny because Bakazia, you came out very strongly to say, you know, we've got debt now. But I think we need to understand one thing. Like, when was it that Zambia didn't have debt? Okay.
Did I say that Zambia didn't have debt?
No, but you're saying that. Okay, what was your what was the question? You're saying we have more debt now. That's what you're saying.
I didn't even say that. I did not even say that. I just posted and said, "Is this true?" I did not say that.
So you're depending on media stories, you know, and then you give us a look. Debt will always be there in any given economy or country. It's always going to be there. So let's not lie or fool ourselves. Debt will always be there, but it's how you manage that debt or how you repay that debt. Okay, of which us as Zambians, we did not figure that out until the European government. Okay? There were so many people that came in, including your favorite leader, Lungu. He had no idea, okay, how to present, or solve that problem. And
you see, that is the
no. You come in.
Okay.
You come in.
Just
relax. Just relax. So what happened was this: when HH came and told the people of Zambia to say, "Look, I have a solution." Okay, not until he came into power and he showed the people of Zambia that yes, I had the solution. He went to sit in the boardrooms where not even Muntu would go and sit. Okay? And that confidence, if when I come into power, you know, there's going to be a dollar ratio. That's confidence. You know, in terms of confidence, number speculations, more economy of a child. Okay? There's no way that was going to happen. He was going to lead because there was no confidence there. Because one, there was too much corruption and too much all these other things and violence and all this stuff. So he said, look, let me come in and break all these barriers. So, in a nutshell, okay, the president has proven a point. He's proven a point to say, we want to acquire this. Look at the way the world is working. We have all these, you know, look, right now in the Congo, there's war, which has always been there anyway. But between the Congo and Rwanda and all these M3 and all these things, Zambia needs to strategize ourselves. We need to be up our game to make sure that it doesn't affect Zambia. And there's a talk of, you know, building a bridge or rather a united front, which I don't know, African Union, Namasadik, how it's been working, but look, those are the most important things that we need to be looking at. Not if small issues that don't even make sense. But in any case, I rest my case.
Mr.
See what it is, huh? I can respond to you very easy. You see, when you start demeaning a former head of state like Edgar Lungu, who ruled and he didn't do anything wrong, by the way, the economy was okay.
Did I
You
mention his
understand?
name?
Yeah, the economy was okay. You see, the only thing is that President HH found a few challenges like drought and other things. But when you start using bad words, I can use those against the
Did
current
I
president, and I
mention
wouldn't care.
Lung?
You
I didn't
understand?
mention Lung.
No,
I didn't mention Lung.
no, you said like the one you support. You know that
No,
I
no,
support.
I didn't mention his name.
I understand what you the thing that for me, I go for respect of our leaders, both the HH
But
and
did I mention his name?
you said you can't even sit where others are sitting. You mentioned it's here. Yes, you did. That's what you did. Yes, you did. You can play back and you know that you mentioned Edgar Lungu. And you see, you don't have to do that. There's no need for us to use profanities against leaders like that, because I can use that as well to show that, oh, look at this, you are talking about this. This is a question that they're saying, how can government move forward when it has increased the debt by $8.8 billion in the last 3 years? Mind you, if you want me to go back, I can go back in history very easily.
And that's not true. That's not true either.
It happened. You see, when you're saying, oh, people sitting, where you sit doesn't matter. It is what you do for the Zambian people that matters. Sitting there doesn't change anything. Does it change the exchange rate? It is in the blues right now, $28 to $1. Where was it found? You have added on the debt stock $8.8 billion.
That's not true, Bakazia.
It is there. You can check it.
No. I looked at the 24 report. There hasn't been $8 billion. I looked at the 2024 report from the Ministry of Finance.
I can do even a snapshot and send on.
You send it to me, and I also send you the document from the Ministry of Finance.
And also,
that's not true.
What is not true, Bakalinda?
That the UPND government ballooned the debt to.
That's why I questioned you.
That's not true.
Okay, if it's not true, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
How much debt has UPND accrued over and above what they found in the last 3 years?
Not as much as the PF.
But you don't know the figure, isn't it?
I know the figure, but I won't
What
say.
Is the figure?
I won't say it.
That's the point. You see that
it's not
if
8.5
you had,
Well, I want to answer that question.
Answer it about that, Dr. Danny. It's not 8.5 billion.
Listen. I'm reading.
Go ahead.
Word for word.
Yeah.
2021 December.
Mm-hmm.
Zambia's debt was $17 billion.
Mm-hmm.
2024.
Mm-hmm.
$23 billion.
Mm-hmm.
2025 September. They are projecting it to be $23.1 billion.
So
it has moved from $17 billion when they came in power to $23 billion as it is right now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a lie. It's not 8.
It's
total
not 8.5 billion.
It's 5
so
billion.
how much have you added on?
5.
The problem is this. Bakazia, I think there's something that you are missing.
I mean, if you want to go there, Bakazia.
And listen, I'm going there.
This is the problem with exaggerating. They exaggerate.
I'm going there.
The PF assumed government, Zambia's debt was at how much? Less than $1 billion. They left it at 17 billion. So
Madam Speaker,
after.
Wakalinda.
Let
me answer you. Now you want
to. That's manageable.
You wanted to tell a lie.
Yeah.
No, I'm not telling a lie. It's here.
8.8 billion since they came in power.
Can you finish your point so that we will?
The Minister of Finance statement from the speakers, what he presented in Parliament, and I'm going to read the verbatim. Madam Speaker, the stock of public external debt is to US dollars 14.71 billion at the end of September 2021. This is the Minister Musokotwane speaking in Parliament. It is not me. You can go and check this speech there. Now, if you are saying when you are giving it was at 14.71 billion, it's at September 2021 when you are picking power, when you took power, and then you are saying that 2021 billion, how much stock has that grown? Is that not 8? So let's be serious when we
It
talk about
was
this. It is
Okay.
serious.
So
$17
Elias here again.
when
No,
the
but
PF
first
left.
of all, Danny, I want to correct Danny. Danny wants to say I'm lying.
It
I am
is. I
reading.
have a figure in front of me. Said 17
But-
billion.
Read,
I don't know where you're getting your figures
read.
from.
I am
You're getting
reading
them
from
wrong.
the speech of Mr. Mokotwane.
Either way, either way. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. No. Either way. No, Vanani can never machine money. Either way, what we need to understand is this. In Congole, Gawakongola, you have to pay that money back. Now, no. Let me finish.
You interject.
No.
Stop interjecting.
So,
You interjected.
All right,
Gawakongole,
You interjected.
gentlemen,
I
we
am
can have
reading
this.
from Mr. Mokotwane's budget speech of 2021.
We can have this discussion in the
No,
background.
let me just finish in 30
We are
minutes.
not
30
going to
seconds.
go 4 hours.
Okay,
We
30
are already
seconds.
at 3 hours.
30 seconds, Wakalinda. I'm asking for 30 seconds to finish up, and then I'm done.
You finish
Yes.
up, and then we're closing.
Now, I don't want to be interrupted. I am reading from the budget speech of 2021 by Honorable Mokotwane to Parliament. And this is what he said. He said the stock of public external debt amounting to $14.71 billion as of end of September 2021. This is what he said in Parliament. If Radani has a different document, let's share it after this. But this is what he said. And when you add what he said and where we are at now, it gives you that difference. So you have ballooned the public debt. And meanwhile, the president said there will be a moratorium of public debt is going to deal with that. So stop thinking like your friends don't research and they just speak from the blue. I submit.
The facts are, when the PF took over power, Zambia's public debt was just, I think it was $800 million. When they left in 2021, the debt was at 17 billion.
It is here. But where are you getting that, Wakalinda?
No, Bakazia, you spoke uninterrupted. Let me speak. As of now, we are at $23 million billion. I'm sorry, dollars. So the difference is not 8.5.
Those are facts.
Yeah, those are facts.
Why are you refusing to read the budget speech of 2021? Why are you refusing? Why are you refusing?
And on top of that,
why are you refusing to read the budget speech?
Why? That, the PF renegated on the payment.
Why are you? No. You see, the conversation must be serious. I have challenged you here. Now you don't have answers to what I've challenged you.
This discussion is over.
Yes, it's over. But
on another day, you guys can argue in the background.
Yes, we can argue in the background.
Let's now go to our favorite segment, which is the rant. Everybody gets 2 minutes, and then we wrap it up because we are not going to have a 4-hour show. We started at 1. It's almost 5. Who wants to rant first?
I want to go first because I have to leave.
Go ahead, Lady Sarah.
Okay, so my first rant is about the appointment of Panji Kaunda. That man is not an orphan per se. We are all orphans. But there are other, Zambians, young Zambians, who can take up that space. So we urge our president, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, not just to continue the name thing because he was the son of the former president, ambassador. We are all Zambians. We want to share the cake, not the same people eating the big chunk of the cake. No.
He's appointed to which country? Malawi? The Malawi one?
But he's been ambassador there for 3 years now.
Yeah, he's been, but I saw him somewhere, so it triggered me.
Oh, okay.
I saw him somewhere. We're talking. That's my rant. If you don't know, it's my rant.
Okay.
Another rant is thank you for the Zambians, what they're doing. you know, like giving the mothers, those who are like get pregnant and give birth, they're giving them some money, some little money here and there. But I was very disappointed with the vice president, Mrs. Nalumango, for her to say, imita ufole. That thing can,
Imita ufole Masela, imita ufole.
at imita ufole. So I saw that one like for coming from a mother and a teacher for that matter, it's not good. It can, you know, give a different meaning, especially to young people, because there are people that are being forced in marriages by their parents, you know, teenage marriages, and they'll start now saying, okay, Malaya, kai nara fola, you know. And also, we are trying to say that parents should plan how many kids they can afford to look after. But you find that now our vice president stands in parliament and says such a thing. People will now just having children here and there whom they cannot even look after. Because that's kama 800. How long can it go, my bantu? Eh? It's not something that can be encouraged in a better way. Like, okay, we are giving mothers, those who are having children, we are giving them something, not limit. No, that was very wrong. That's my rant. That was very wrong coming from the vice president. Thank you.
Who's next? Vakazia.
Masela mwafuna hapo ranti yani, because that was my rant. Kweba imwe ba UPNG nomba mwalayo abantu ati bafire bayimitero bakola. The government policy now has changed that people must get pregnant to get paid. That has not been retracted. Bakalinda, I want to hear your view. If you endorse that statement, or is that the new policy for government? That you feel why Mr. Wakola? Bakalinda.
I mean, I don't support that.
How can you keep quiet on this one? Bakalinda, on you, this one.
I do not support. I do not support that.
Voice, in the deep thinker's voice, Bakalinda, of all people. You have kept quiet until I said about up. Why have you not spoken against it?
Because that's my legislative
I'm ranting against you now.
You know how we do it here. It's a rant.
And now I'm telling you, you have not. I am ranting against you now. You have been too quiet to take Valenciana to talk about it. You have been quiet.
Vachanda.
How can you be quiet?
Vachanda, that's my rant. Vachanda, take a Vachanda, that's my rant. Now you are following my rant. Now my rant honorable vice, vice Nalumango. Imagine those who cannot, you know, produce. How do they feel?
Now, Muchinja police,
on a side note,
this is Wakalinda.
I think Wakazia wants you to respond.
There's no way Wakalinda can keep quiet on such a matter. The whole week I was waiting for her to speak.
On a side note, that's a catchy campaign slogan, yeah? That's a catchy campaign slogan. I can see it being used.
Did you say anything? Did you say anything, Wakalinda? I want to hear. I'm ranting against you specifically, Wakalinda. How can you
Why me? What have I done?
You can't keep quiet over this. You can't.
I think there's something that we're missing here.
No, but Wakalinda cannot keep quiet over
Wakazia knows something that we don't know. What's going on?
Because there's no way Wakalinda can keep quiet on such a matter.
What's going on here? I mean, Wakazia seems to be very confident and
how can Wakalinda keep
there's something that we don't know. What's going on?
I mean, it's Sarah's rant.
No, but I'm asking you, how can you keep quiet?
I 100% agree with her that it was very vice presidential to, going on the floor of parliament and issue those words. I mean, it's a very misleading statement to the young
He
ones
should
out there.
apologize.
Yeah, I mean, we actually, yeah, we will issue a command to the vice president. She needs to apologize on the floor. That was a misleading statement. It's hampering, anti-pregnancy measures that are being undertaken by various organizations in the country. It's not acceptable. It's very unacceptable. She misspoke. I'm sure when those two words came out, she realized.
I like that, Sister Kalinda. Amafumo yaba measurement yakwatira mwenya nafa.
Yeah.
Imita ufole imita bayuki
She made
yenzi
up people
police.
there. I can't support her. I mean, I love her dearly,
Imita
but
ufole.
I can't support it.
Okay, guys, nice talking to you. Bye.
Bye, ladies. The lady of substance. We see you next week. Yeah.
I'm leaving.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't support it. That's not something I would support. It's just unpresidential for me. She really needs to apologize on the floor. That's all I have to say on that one. So I've answered about Kazia. That's my response. I don't support it. 100,000%. Who is going next on this rant? Chilufya, what's your rant before we go to the draw?
For the rant is, rants are now have become different now, because in the past it used to be like your own personal what you want to do,
Yes,
but now
it's forcing us.
but it's now being a continuation of
Yeah.
certain things.
No, it was not. Bachandalmi, I was just ranting against Bakalinde. Basera was ranting against me. I was ranting against Bakalinde. She has dealt with it.
Yeah. So in any case, I think overall, I think we need to just in this way that I just learned. Ati ukalalinda ulakalali ukalalinda ikalakale ukalalinda ukalakale ukalalinda ukalakale. So what we need to understand is, like, we have one president, and the president that we have is an individual that's for all Zambia, whether you like him or not, whether you subscribe to his the way he does things. At the end of the day, he's the president of the country, and respect needs to be given in that form. And as much as Zambians, we want to criticize. Let's criticize and give solutions as well. I was watching one interview. One KBF was being interviewed, and the people of Zambia grilled him to say, "Look, you're just condemning. Give us solutions or alternatives. Can you please come up with those kind of things for us? Because I mean, people maybe we're interested, but if you're just going to be saying, hey, Wabufi, hey, Munandi, hey, Wabufi, hey, Chani, what solutions are you giving? Nothing. Okay? In this situation that we're in, where all the political parties and political leaders should have actually been the first people to go and sit down with our current president, say, look, Mr. President, we have a problem of flood. Can we help you? Because this is not a party position or a UPAD problem. This is a national problem. that needs all the brains that you claim to have. Bring them on the table when you have a solution, when you have problems like this. Okay? Because you cannot just, really? And you want to be a leader of the country when you cannot even provide real checks and balances? That's very unprofessional, very unhealthy for the current, for anybody, even the young people that are watching, they're listening, they want to follow politics. They'll be like, why are the other opposition leaders want one man to fail? They hate him because of what? Tribe? Really? I'm going to judge an individual because of a tribe instead of what he can do? No. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move away from that. Even Iria Sheva Patricia Scotland it's neither here or there, right? Because I think as Zambia we need to move ahead. We need to reach at a point where we providing real checks and balances, and we're providing platforms for individuals that they can come and contribute in the next 50, 100 years. Okay? That's how all these societies and communities in the world have developed. They just didn't come up and sprang out and just become just like, it's been a combination of other societies. Okay? So if you look at Egypt wasn't Egypt. Egypt was built at the cost of traders. That was a trading point center of Africa. Egypt is not Egypt the way it was. Okay? And the Egyptians were not looking the way they were looking like now. That's a topic of another day. But what point is, people have come together, they've built big civilizations, and civilization will start with ourselves, our own individuals. If Zambia want to build a proper civilization that's going to last for the next 1,000 years, we need to start in how we think, how we're thinking, and how we're organizing ourselves. Because if we don't think like that, and we just doing the normal thing, normal usual politics that has been there for the last 60 years, I swear to God, Zambia will never develop. We need to take a leaf and look at how other advanced civilization have made it. People used to come and study Zambia. Now Zambia is now studying other countries. So we've taken a step back. Why? What happened? Okay, I was just reading a book, by the leader of the Taiwanese. Anyway, I rest my case.
Doc, what's your run for the week?
The run for the week is, I have two points here that I just were running through my head here. First of all, I know Chanda thinks that I don't want opposition which is credible in Zambia. I really want credible opposition in Zambia myself.
No, that one, no.
If we don't have credible opposition, our democracy will not be.
Don't go there, Dan.
Okay, it's my rant, please. So there's insistence by Tonse Alliance to say, come 2026, their candidate who is going to stand is Lungu. I think to me, these guys are out of this world. They are wasting their time. They are wasting their time. I don't know why they can't just organize themselves and have a credible candidate. Time is running out. A few months to go. Is it 15 months or 14 months now to go? Okay, time is running out. They need to get organized and start selling their candidate. So they are there marketing Lungu for next. Lungu not stand, and they are not promoting or building up their candidate. I think it's a sad story for these guys. The next thing about the rant, it's not a rant, but it's a good observation I saw, that MPs now in charge of, they are not just going to be members of this CDF committee, whatever they call it. They are now going to be in charge of the money. They're going to be calling the shots. They will be calling the shots for the use of money in their constituencies. And it's a good move to me. That has come a little bit too late. Actually, to me, it's supposed to come from day one. Because, I say this, because as we know, the MPs have been complaining, especially the UPND MPs, they have been complaining that the remnants of PF councils, they have been frustrating them. Imagine the whole council is run by the PF surrogates, and there you are as an MP trying to champion the project they were frustrating them. So it's a good call, and I think now our MPs will have better control of their money. I know it hasn't been happening a lot in Southern Province, no, but in other provinces, the UPND MPs have been frustrated by the councils. So these committees, which are basically remnants of PF system. So it's very, very good that now MPs are going to be calling the shots, other than waiting for that PF council chairman and whatever to make a decision. So I love it. It's my rant, and I'm so happy about it that it has come, and I know we're going to get progress now with all these.
This could have been a discussion we should have had.
Thank you. So
But
that's
Okay.
this could
my
have been
rant.
a discussion. No, I'm
All
not
right.
your rant, but we should have actually had a discussion because I had some really different minds on that.
We can talk about it next week. We'll put
Yeah,
it on
we
the
need to talk
agenda
about
next
it
week.
because I think there's a huge conflict of interest between the legislature getting the executive powers and functions. So for me, I have a lot of things that I can say about
All
it.
right,
And I
next
think
time.
we put it on the
Yeah,
next
let's
time.
add it. Let's
It's a
add it
huge
on the
conflict of
agenda
interest. It
next
shouldn't
week.
have been tolerated that way.
Okay, great. Let's add it on the agenda next week. So as for me, my rant, I always rant about Arsenal, but I have no rant regarding Arsenal this week. So I'm going to take it a little the opposite way. It's just a report that I read from the DNA Center in Lusaka, which I find interesting. And just a word of caution to women. I didn't even realize that Zambia, we have a DNA center. So there is a DNA center, if you don't know. And there is a report that as of last December, for people that took, DNA testing for their kids. So out of 80.
I heard about it, yeah. We are a crazy nation. Anyway, go ahead.
It's a word of caution to
they are not our children.
And our women folk, like if you take 80 and they found how many? 53%?
Yeah.
And then it's almost half and half. If you
more than half of the parents in Zambia, and those children are not theirs.
They might not be your kids. So I was like, oh my goodness, what is?
It's a very high ratio.
That's a high ratio. 20%, 15, but almost half.
More than half, 53%.
Like, wow.
This one,
yeah, what's going on here? Don't be giving men.
I think it's a matter of long time ago, people they were not responsible. Like in the modern day now, I can tell you, like most young people, we're responsible. But long time ago, I'm sorry to say this, but your time with Wakazia, Badani, and everything. You guys, when you were going, dating these women, you didn't want to, take advantage or whatever, pronounce that you're the dad or whatever. So most of the kids, they just, integrated in a family where, you find that that's not your real dad. You just realize it when you're 18. That's not my real dad. Oh, okay. So who's my real dad? And then you start asking questions. You see? So those are the things, actually.
But these are the statistics for 2023-24.
Yeah, those are 2024
Parents,
statistics.
they
you
got-
do
they
it.
got the tests which went to the
But
center.
under
from
these are in your group. But under these
2024.
are in your group, actually.
Your group, actually, yes.
Yeah. This is your
Yeah.
group, actually.
That's a high number.
It's not our
That's a
group, it's
high
your group.
number.
Plus-
And this is just for actually parents that took their kids there for testing. What about the rest?
yeah.
I mean,
And
that's a
these
high
No,
are-
but okay. What's the percentage? But now look. But here's the thing.
uh-huh.
What if you start ngamwatwala ma DNA test from the 70s? Go back. I'm telling you, a lot of homes will be broken. If you take
No,
them
but
from the
let's talk about
70s,
what we have at
a
hand
lot
right now.
of no. We need to understand that the people that are old now, and they're trying to figure out what's going on here.
You are
But
trying
if you
to
get
protect your generation.
no, our generation is okay. What's the percentage? Okay, we need to have a data.
The data is
That
right
is what was
here.
published.
Data is there.
We need to have what are we comparing it to? What are we? No. What are we comparing it to?
I mean, we didn't have Kuma 19 thing. You know,
Exactly. So how are you going to say it's worse or it's
No, but it
better
is
or whatever?
because this kind of parents respond for them. You understand? So they can't even take them to a school. Nobody will attend them. You are still there. You are the ones that are producing these children.
Oh, but that's a huge. That's a really.
But
I mean,
50, more than 50% is too bad.
I looked at that data and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, are these even my brother's kids? You know, for some of us that we take care of our brother's kids, they're like, oh my goodness. I'm now trying to. Should we take a DNA test?
You see, that
goes back in the 70s. It's not now.
I mean, I was just telling our women folk, I know there's this thing in Zambia where, maybe women, somebody has two boyfriends and then she gets pregnant and then she's weighing, okay, who is the responsible one of the two? And the one who is, like maybe from a wealthy, family, he has a job, he seems responsible, then that becomes the father. Basically, that's what happens in Zambia.
The garden
most
boys
of
are
the time.
bad.
Most of the time. Because as a woman with my soul, when I got pregnant, I knew who my baby daddy is. You can even force me to drink, I'll tell you who he is. I don't need DNA, but we live in a country where, that has to be established. But if somebody's at the hospital, it's the daddy over here. Somebody's at the hospital and signs the certificate, they are sure they're the daddy. So, but in Zambia, you just say, no, Udia. And that the parents are, that's the way, I mean, I think it's a high.
Some men come to know 10 years later that they have a child with a woman.
There you have it.
10 years down the line.
My point exactly.
And to add salt to the injury, and to add salt to the injury, Chilufya Tayari just reviewed that. Remember that case about Usambo with that underage girl?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he just reviewed that. Some of those are his kids. So there you have it. There you have it, people. So
made you pregnant?
No, Lusambo. There was a
you see, if you understand that some of these conversations, really, we must have a problem who Bowman is sleeping with.
I have no problem with who Bowman is sleeping with as long as that person is of legal age. And
I think it came up when there's a beef going on between
him and your maps.
And your maps.
On that note, shall we just finish the conversation in the background? Shall we say our goodbyes? Thank you, viewers. Until next week, keep the faith.
Bye, everybody.